Self right there too. So
yeah.
But you knew,
yeah.
Listen, we're just glad you watched. Thank you so much for being with us today. And of course, we hope you'll be back with us tomorrow. What time, Steph?
4 a.m. I'll be there and I'll see you then.
Is tomorrow Friday? Yes.
Is it?
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. We appreciate you joining us on this Thursday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We are back inside our streaming studio from the newsroom where we were yesterday, and we appreciate you bearing with us yesterday. We appreciate you joining us here today. It is a busy day. We've got a lot going on, a lot to talk about over the next 4.5 hours of live streaming. So you are in the right place right now at this 11 o'clock hour to really stay on top of all the news happening here in Central Florida and across the country, and even in outer space, or at least low Earth orbit. Let me give you a live look right now outside the International Space Station, where a spacewalk is going on right now. There are 2 NASA astronauts outside the space station. They're working to install some hardware that's going to get it ready for future installation of a solar array, some solar panels out there that will help provide some additional power operations, including for things when it comes to the safe deorbiting of the International Space Station, which is targeted for just a couple of years from now. So we're going to be monitoring this. We are going to be watching it throughout the day. We'll listen in at times as well. It's one of those things. It started at 7 o'clock in the morning. This is expected to last several hours. So still a couple more hours left to go on that. We will be keeping a close eye on that. We are also going to be talking some space here soon with Zach Aubert from the Launchpad Network about the new crater on the moon that was just created by a rocket, an old rocket that crashed into the moon. So we're going to be talking about that. We're also going to be talking about what we've learned about the Blue Origin mishap, what caused that, where things go from here, as they still have a number of important jobs to do when it comes to space and upcoming missions. So we're going to talk about that. We are going to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis coming up a little bit from now, about an hour or so. The governor going to be in Lehigh Acres. That's in Lee County, just outside Fort Myers. Going to be joined by the new Education Commissioner, Dr. Henry Mack, who took the spot of Anastasios Kamoutsas, who took the job as the president of Polk State College. So a new Education Commissioner going to be speaking alongside the governor as we now get ready for back to school for so many students, especially here in our area, really looking at the first day of school coming up next week. So a lot going on with that. Also want to give you a live look right now inside a courtroom in the Tampa area where a stand your ground hearing is going on right now. This is for the man Joel Marino Cobo, who is a suspect accused of killing DJ Shy Guy in Ybor City. This happened in November of last year. It was a traffic dispute, investigators say, that led to a verbal exchange and then an alleged, a shooting. And Marino Cobo has claimed self-defense, claiming stand your ground. That's what the defense is looking to use to defend him. And so, hence this stand your ground hearing going on live right now that we are monitoring, and we will talk more about coming up in a little bit. And also, if you were tuned into Good Day Orlando this morning, you saw the lines outside the new Whataburger location that's opening up in Orlando. A lot of excitement for that, and it got us thinking here on Fox 35 News Plus. We want to know what your favorite regional burger is. So we've got a poll question for you that we will get to in just a little bit, that's going to ask you which one of those is your favorite when it comes to things like Whataburger, In-N-Out, Shake Shack, Culver's. So we'll have that for you coming up in just a few minutes. Right now, let me give you a live look at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera on this Thursday morning. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, things looking to be a little bit wetter today than we saw yesterday.
Yes. And a lot of it's going to be focused just west of Orlando today for the wettest of it. But we've got a lot more rain if we don't get it today, this weekend coming our way, because we've got a tropical wave that's coming. This is coming out of the Caribbean and also the Bahamas. So there's just a lot of moisture that's going to be surging in this weekend. And it's also going to make for dangerous beach conditions on this last weekend of summer break before the kids go back to school. So if you have any beach or boating plans, trying to squeeze out a one last beach weekend, you'll want to watch this forecast really carefully. Right now, it looks a little bit, I say puffy. The clouds are starting to build out there, and we're seeing a few thunderstorms trying to develop on the Space Coast and in Brevard County. But overall, the main threat this afternoon will be west of Orlando, because essentially what's going to happen is that we're going to have the sea breeze interacting with the Gulf flow, and where they collide, we'll see a blossoming of storms. That likely happening after 2 p.m. So here's a pause point at 3 p.m. this afternoon. Notice how in about 3.5, 4 hours from now, you'll see a lot of storms up in Marion County, Claremont, as well as Lake Buena Vista, the attractions. And then pushing toward 4 or 5 o'clock, those storms will start to build, but drift westward. So that will leave a lot of our area, especially from the Villages to Dade City, where it'll be heaviest, but a lot of our area from Orlando to Daytona, pretty dry, as well as a lot of I-4 and Cocoa Beach. Now, later in the forecast period this evening, from, say, the attractions down through Lakeland and maybe even into Winter Haven, Haden City, the storms could be quite heavy. Some areas could see between 3 and 4 inches of rain. So it'll be a really heavy rain today where it sets up, but that's likely to be just west of the Orlando metro area. Now, like I said, things this weekend will start to change because we've got a lot more rain on the way, which is great news for the continuing drought. This is the latest drought monitor, but there is vast improvement in today's map compared to what we saw just 3 months ago when this peaked around May the 5th, when almost the entire map was red with extreme to exceptional drought. Now we're starting to see drought completely gone from the Space Coast. And even in the Orlando area, it's getting much better. So a few more weeks of rain like this, and we'll see continued improvement. Certainly by the end of the year, most of the drought around Florida should be gone, especially because we're entering an El Nino period, and we're expected to have a much wetter late fall and winter period. So we'll have an abundance of rain during the normal dry season. All right, so we've got this tropical wave now that's moving toward the west-northwest, and its exact track will actually determine how much rain we get. So if it hits us square into the central Florida, we'll have a little bit more rain. If it skirts by just to the east, which looks possible as it heads up toward the Carolinas, we'll just get a glancing blow. But this is what it looks like by tomorrow evening with this tropical wave just north of the Bahamas. And probably, see how it kind of just extends a little bit into Orlando, but then works north toward Jacksonville. So we're going to be on the periphery of this thing, it looks like, for the most likely scenario. But the bottom line is this. This will mimic a tropical depression in that it'll have gusty winds about 20 to 30 miles per hour. We'll see building surf, making for dangerous conditions Friday and Saturday, with waves about 5 feet and a high risk for rip currents. And so for a lot of folks trying to make the best out of the summer here, squeezing out one last weekend, it could be a challenge. Also, the skies may look like this for a time, where it's just kind of gray and unsettled with passing showers. Otherwise, rip currents will be the big threat to anybody at the beach. So if you go in the water, swim near a lifeguard. It looks like it'll be better on Sunday, but there could be some leftover rip currents. Now, this will not be a tropical system, but in many ways it'll sort of mimic a weak tropical system with the general vibe of how it looks outside, with the passing clouds, the passing showers, and also what could be some numerous downpours. Now, for tomorrow, as that tropical wave makes an approach, we're likely, thanks to the overwhelming easterly flow, to see most of the rain once again just west of Orlando. So this could be a real boon for Tampa, still in the middle of an extreme drought. But as that axis of moisture moves away, it'll drag that rain into Orlando and Daytona. So Saturday could be the wetter of the 2 days between Friday and Saturday. And then on Sunday, we'll start to see conditions improving a little bit. So overall, the exact track of that wave will determine what day is wettest, but it looks to be Saturday at this point. About a 60% chance. That's a broad brush rain chance across our viewing area through Saturday before we start to see rain chances going down and temperatures going up. Yeah, we're going to return to the mid-90s for back to school on Monday. For the kids on Monday, it'll be a steamy but sunny start to the day with temperatures in the upper 70s. By the afternoon, low 90s with just a few isolated storms popping up. So overall, pretty typical August weather.
A lot of these showers lately have been hitting those areas west of Orlando.
It's funny. It's just as the doctor ordered. The extreme drought really holding on to the Gulf Coast, Garrett, and that's where the heaviest rain's been over the last couple of weeks, and that's where we've seen the drought improvements the most. And so no doubt today and tomorrow will further help the Tampa Bay area, still under extreme drought, dig out of that drought as we have here on the East Coast. And hopefully by the fall, we'll be looking at this drought as but a distant memory. But that's Florida for you. It is a subtropical climate, so on a long enough timeline, we will recover from droughts. After all, we're surrounded by ocean. So it's just a matter of timing. This idea of it becoming a new desert landscape is simply not in the cards for us here.
All right, that's good to know. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thank you, Garrett. Have a great weekend.
And let's give you a live look right now from our Lake Mary Tower Cam, because we are seeing a little bit of a shower here right now. It is already kind of started to move through and clearing up a little bit as we speak, but slowed down the traffic a little bit in an area that already often sees a little bit of a slowdown. You can still see a few of the raindrops that are kind of hitting through there, but again, pretty quick hitter of a shower. All right, it is time for our poll question. We want to know what you think the best regional burger chain is. So get those phones out, cast those votes. Obviously, Whataburger opening up today in Orlando. And so our question is, which is your favorite? Which is your pick of some of these that are you may find across the country, and many of them in our area as well? You big Whataburger fan based in Texas, In-N-Out from the West Coast, Cookout down south, Culver's in the Midwest, Shake Shack up north. We want to know what you think. Scan the QR code that you see on your screen. We see a Culver's fan getting that first vote in early already. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote and let your voice be heard that way. Either way, we want to know what you think. We're talking burgers on this Thursday. Tell you what, a burger sounds pretty good right about now. We're going to leave this up for a minute, get those votes in, and then we'll be right back. All right, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. A lot of votes have been coming in for our big question of the hour. What is the best regional burger chain out there? We were talking about it because Whataburger opening in Orlando. It's been gone for several years, now coming back. 8% of you say that's your favorite. A lot of In-N-Out fans out there from the West Coast. 5% saying Cookout, 36% saying Culver's. That's the big winner right now. Shake Shack at 24%. So still a lot of room for movement here. Get those votes in. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote or scan the QR code that you see on your screen. Let me give you a live look right now outside the International Space Station. We have been watching this spacewalk. Well, it looks like we may have just lost our video feed, something that happens from time to time outside the International Space Station, as you might imagine. Limited bandwidth and things like that. They're also doing some power things because they're getting things ready for another solar array outside the ISS. But then we've got a lot to talk about when it comes to space. Some big news this week, and then obviously, of course, a new crater on the moon to talk about now as well, after that old rocket stage ended up crashing into the moon yesterday. That coming, so we can talk about that and a couple of other things as well. So we are pleased to be joined this morning by Zach Aubert, who is CEO of the Launchpad Network, joining us live now via Zoom. Zach, always enjoy talking with you, and thanks for joining us today.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
All right. First, I know you have an opinion on the burger chain, so go ahead and cast your vote with us.
If I was going from your list, it would be Culver's. If I was picking a Canadian option that really needs to come to the States, it'd be Harvey's burger version of Subway.
All right, sounds good. So we will add you to our tally there then on that poll question. All right, now let's talk space first. Before we get into the other things, I just want to get your opinion, your perspective, your thoughts. These spacewalks. I mean, we're watching one right now. How cool is it to see something like this happening? I mean, we know they're practical. There are important reasons for them, but I just wonder what it's like to be kind of floating out there outside the ISS.
Yeah, I hope one day we both get that opportunity. I hope space travel gets to that point. I think it's a really neat thing to think about that, you know, most of us go about amongst our daily life not really thinking there's a space station up there, and now thinking that there's actually people outside the safety of that doing construction work, you know, maintenance work to prepare for that new solar array. I'm sure like the amount of training they've done, you know, they're really locked in on their mission, but we also have heard from all of them, you know, when it's that first or second time or even your eighth time when you walk outside the station, there is that moment of you're like, oh wow, I am going and stepping into the vastness of basically nothing, and it's I'm not sure it's something the mind's able to comprehend.
Yeah, it really is incredible in so many different ways. All right, Zach, let's talk about this new crater on the moon that comes from the rocket, the old rocket stage that crashed into it. First of all, just kind of set this up for us. Why did this happen to begin with?
Yeah, absolutely. So some of the missions that we do, in most missions SpaceX does, they try to dispose of the second stage. They're one of the first companies really to do that consistently. But there's some missions that just require the extra propellant that there isn't enough propellant for them to divert that second stage off into the sun, where eventually hopefully it'll demise or crash it back into the Earth's atmosphere. And this was one of those missions. It launched, I believe it was 2 lunar landers about a year and a half ago to the moon, and it just ultimately got stuck in an orbit around the moon that slowly decayed. I don't believe they thought it was going to actually crash into it, but ultimately here it has, and it's definitely something that I think is catching a lot of attention as we start talking about a moon-based future in the very near future.
Yeah, and so talk about what we're seeing from some of these first images. These are from Korea Aerospace Research Institute that really give you a good look at that new crater, that, you know, then that same spot before impact, and then what happened after impact. What do you take away from this?
Yeah, it's definitely left a visual mark, and I think it just shows kind of how, you know, and fragile the moon actually can be. The second stage isn't that large in the vast things we've launched to space. There's still Apollo second stages and stuff up in orbit, and so we're seeing that what the impacts can be. But if we had a moon base there, this would have been a major issue. But luckily, we're not at that point yet. So I know SpaceX is looking at what options there would be for the future of making sure that things like this don't happen again. But this wasn't like they lost a rogue rocket. They've been monitoring this for the last year and a half. Like everything that gets launched to space, it's tracked, and that's shared with international partners, and non-international partners can see that data as well. So we all knew where it was. That's why we kind of knew it was going to happen. It's just I guess an unfortunate circumstance of where we currently are at in rocket technology, that we still have to throw some garbage up there every now and again.
Yeah, and the NASA administrator, Jared Isaacman, posted on social media yesterday saying this is something that's rare, but it's been happening for decades. He said going back to the Apollo era, saying NASA at times even intentionally crashed things into the moon for science and seismic research. But like you said, this is something that is going to have to be kind of reconsidered and figure out a plan for when there is a moon base, because then at some point it will be habited. I mean, you're not talking then about just an empty planet.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if anything, if we want to kind of copy what we do here on Earth, we have Point Nemo. That's the furthest point from any land mass that's inhabited. That when the International Space Station is kind of thrown away, that's where we're going to send it. It's where multiple other stations have been disposed of, and there's a few other places that we see. The second stage is a Falcon 9 disposed consistently. I think ultimately that's probably what we'll see happen with the moon, is kind of some designated areas where we're not going to go develop once we've studied the moon a bit more. That it's like, okay, this is kind of the moon junkyard, and that'll be something that, rather than SpaceX needing a ton of fuel to divert it to the moon or back to Earth, do they need just enough for a small inclination change to reach one of those demise points? So it'll probably be the easiest thing to do, but ultimately, we want reusability, and with Starship, you don't want to be throwing stuff away. So hopefully Starship kind of also alleviates some of these issues.
Well, it's also interesting just to think about, the kind of increase in the space junk and debris anyway, just because things are getting, so busy, so crowded up there at times when it comes to these satellite launches, when it comes to the rockets that are taking them up there. There's just more that at some point will have to go somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. The 5.5 years that I've been lucky to be in this industry, we have launched more than we have in all of human history before I joined the space industry, which is just surreal to think about. It was just about 6,000 when I joined. SpaceX has launched now almost that just in Starlinks, let alone everything else they've launched. China's picked up, Russia's picked up. We're seeing India. There's so much happening that I know, like some of the reports I'm seeing up here from Canadian journalists are like, in 10 or 20 years, are we even going to be able to easily leave our planet? We're putting, these constellations of hundreds of thousands or millions of satellites, and we're starting to have those conversations as we take that step, like Elon and SpaceX have been pushing to step further in that Kardashev scale of not only just living off our planet but living off our solar system.
Zach, what do you think is the ideal of what to do with some of these things when it comes to, like, these old rocket stages, these other things that are kind of being deorbited? What is the ideal situation for dealing with them in the future?
Yeah, there's a number of European companies, kind of startups, that are really looking into how they can go and recover these vehicles. We've seen kind of photos and videos come out from a few of them. A couple out of Asia as well, of them approaching old second stages or trying to do the NASA mission for Swift of can we grab onto it? Can we boost it so it stays in orbit? A lot of companies are looking at doing the reverse. Can we go grab it or bump up next to it, burn an engine, and dispose of it, bring it back down to Earth or throw it out into the sun? So that technology of rescuing our satellites might also be the way that we're able to clean it up. Some countries are looking at that kind of hungry hippo method. Many people think just open the mouth of a Starship and, go eat a bunch of satellites and then bring them back, and maybe you can even recycle them. Obviously, there's a lot of other technical challenges to that. You can't just have floating satellites loose in a spacecraft, but there's definitely those conversations that are starting that I don't think 5 years ago we thought were going to be conversations we had to have at this point. But ultimately, we want to make sure the moon's safe, and a lot of this will replicate over to Mars, right? We want to start putting constellations around Mars as we get ready to take humans out there. So we're really using the moon as that stepping point, and I think everyone's kind of shifted their perspective of let's delay Mars 5 or 10 years. Let's really do the moon really well, so when we get to Mars, we're not making mistakes and learning there. We've already learned them at the moon.
So is this the new norm that we're going to see? Are we going to see more of this until some other things are figured out?
I'm not sure normal is the word I'd use, but it's going to be just part of life. I believe it was last year China had a second stage crash into the moon as well. I believe that was on the far side though. So the thing with this is we actually were able to witness it and see it. I think that's why it's a news story, is we actually have those photos, where if it was on the far side, it would have been like, oh yeah, it's crashed. It didn't come back around. But so it's going to be something that we see. It's not going to be super often. We haven't launched that many missions with Falcon 9 to the moon. Or other countries, but as we start launching more and more, if we do the ignition plan from NASA, they're talking of hundreds of lunar landers in the next decade. Some of those second stages at this point are probably going to have this same type of outcome.
And let's talk about Blue Origin here, because we got some new information yesterday about what caused that otherworldly mishap. I mean, just incredible to see. We know that they've been making progress on that launch complex since then. But what did we learn yesterday? And did it tell us anything that maybe was surprising or that you didn't expect based on what we knew before?
Prove that valves are still the problem in the space industry, and I think they probably will always be the downfall of the space industry. It sounds like it's going to be a relatively simple fix. They need to modify a valve that was on the main engines of the vehicle, and ultimately you had two of the biggest things you need for an explosion. You had a kind of an ignition point where you had that valve failure, and you had oxygen, and then you had a fully fueled vehicle. Well, not even fully fueled vehicle, but you had a large amount of fuel just sitting there. So it was kind of a perfect storm for it to happen. Unfortunate, of course, that it happened on their launch pad. They don't have a test stand like SpaceX does down at Starbase, when they had a similar failure out on their test stand, but it didn't actually demise their launch site like Blue's now suffered from. So it proves that they're evaluating it. It raises a lot of questions of what else. They're still working through a full tech tree analysis of anything else that could have been a failure point to see if there was maybe multiple points of failure or not. But the fact that this quickly they were able to find out what the issue is, find a fix, and now they're going to start modifying that and begin testing that by the end of this month, I think it's a huge statement to how fast Blue Origin has been working on this, how serious they're taking it, and that they know it's ultimately a big impact to the future of the Artemis program and the race to the moon.
Yeah, I was going to say they have to be feeling the pressure because of some of the deadlines that are looming and the contracts that they have.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're one of the two big partners getting us to the surface of the moon before China, hopefully. I think the fact that NASA showed up the next day was a huge statement of where we're at with NASA supporting commercial partners. The fact that, SpaceX is, it's not really an offer, but it's there that if they need to launch Blue Origin's lunar lander that was supposed to launch this fall on New Glenn, earlier and launch it on like a SpaceX Falcon, just to be able to test their lander before New Glenn's online. Like, that's something that NASA is considering if they get to a point that Blue Origin's like, yeah, we're not going to be able to launch it in time. So, there's kind of this space race between Blue Origin and SpaceX, at least in the space, fan world. But I think there's also showing that, we're stepping into this new era of cooperation, which is exactly what the Artemis Accords and working and living on the moon and Mars is going to need. We've proven it on the ISS, and I think we're just proving it again. But I'm excited to see them get out to the pad. The fact that they tore down their tower in just a matter of weeks and are now kind of going into a V2 of their pad, I think it's just going to make New Glenn a better, stronger, safer vehicle, and maybe even more efficient vehicle.
Zach Aubert, CEO of the Launchpad Network. Always appreciate you joining us and enjoy talking with you. Thanks for chatting with us today here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thanks for having me.
And as we go to break, I want to give you another live look right now from NASA outside the ISS as this spacewalk continues right now. I'm going to go ahead and bring up the audio for a second, see if we can listen in and hear any of their communications here.
Walk 96 that began at 7:33 a.m. Central, 8:33 a.m. Eastern this morning. We are currently just under 3 hours into today's spacewalk. The International Space Station is currently flying 259 statute miles over the United States over the state of Iowa.
Sorry, we did not hear that. You can move on to M10.
Today's spacewalk prepares the 3B power channel for the future installation of new rollout solar arrays. Once installed, the arrays will provide additional power to support critical station operations.
The MLI installed over M13 and M14, ensuring that the mounting bracket upper surface is clear.
Here on your screens are NASA astronauts. Jessica Meir there with the red stripes, and then NASA astronaut in the foreground, Anil Menon.
And Stephanie, I had 5 turns on M10.
To recap, they have completed assembly of the upper triangle, which you see in front of Anil Menon there on your screen.
M10, 3.8 torque, 5 turns, green light.
They've also completed install of the right lower strut, and they are currently installing the right mid strut.
So a bit of an update on where things stand right now with this spacewalk and the purpose for it, as you heard, in getting things ready for that installation of the solar array. And so it's been a few hours in right now, still some more time to go. It's quite the process, as you might imagine, for this. This is a live look outside the ISS. Jessica Meir, Anil Menon, those NASA astronauts. It's actually Meir's 6th spacewalk. It's Menon's 1st. Can only imagine what they are experiencing right now. Pretty cool stuff. Well, as we go to break, we're going to pull back up our poll question right now. We want to know what you think is the best regional burger chain. Get those votes in, fox35orlando.com/vote. You can also scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. We'll leave this up for a minute here. Get those votes in, and we will be right back.
Worst happens, and we shouldn't be an obstacle to their recovery.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Live look right now at the Senate floor. Senator Rick Scott speaking live right now. Just walked up a moment ago. Let's go ahead and listen in.
issue that Texans are looking at right now. With that, Mr. President, I yield back.
All right, well, so it goes sometimes. Senator Scott appears to be done speaking. We'll see if we can find out a little bit more what he was talking about just a few minutes ago. Let me give you a live look right now in Lee County, down outside Fort Myers, Lehigh Acres. This is a school there where Governor Ron DeSantis is going to be speaking alongside Dr. Henry Mack, who's the Florida Education Commissioner. It's Tortuga Preserve Elementary School. That's the library, the media center that you see right now. Some chairs set up, an American flag, a Florida flag, in the podium. We don't know exactly what topic we might hear from the governor today. We should also note it has been a while since he has held a news conference here in Florida. If you're a regular watcher of Fox 35 News Plus, you know that. It has been a little bit since we have heard from the governor. We expect to hear from him and the new education commissioner coming up in about 25 minutes or so. So we will be listening in for that. We will bring this news conference to you live when it does begin. Right now, I want to take you to Tampa, and we'll listen in for a few minutes here at this Stand Your Ground hearing that is going on right now for the suspect accused of shooting and killing DJ Shy Guy in Ybor City after a traffic dispute. This will determine whether the case continues, whether the Stand Your Ground defense can be used. So let's go ahead and listen in for a few minutes as we hear some testimony live in Tampa.
Clarify. Once I do that, I frame out a report. Of course, in federal cases, a report is required. In criminal, it is not. So I always ask the attorney whether or not they would like for me to write a report. I think reports are helpful because it allows me to actually cite what my sources are rather than just offer verbal opinions. In this case, we talked about it, and he decided that he wanted a report. So I started to frame out the report, which has subsequently been submitted. I often turn to my library. I have a library of academic information that I compare to the information I find in discovery to see if it can help enlighten or illuminate some of the questions that perhaps a jury may have. So once I did that, the report was turned in, and then I prepare myself for trial.
Have you used this same methodology before, and has it previously been accepted by the courts?
I have.
Okay. And it's been accepted?
Yes.
Okay. Is the subject of use of force and defensive tactics a matter of common knowledge?
It is not.
Okay. Now, I'd like to talk now about some of the foundational use of force principles that you previously mentioned earlier in your testimony, starting with the force continuum and proportionality. Can you please explain what is a defensive or force continuum?
Sure. So, whereas the legislature, has talked about using force, both non-deadly and deadly force, and breaks it down in the statute, it doesn't describe what is reasonable, and more particularly objectively reasonable. So what I do is I turn to models that are more authoritative in this particular area. In other words, if there is no rule that someone has to follow, how could they possibly know that they were being reasonable? Well, law enforcement has those rules, and they have them in a very concise structure called a force continuum, or a use of force matrix here in Florida. And the use of force continuum decides how a fight should go before it even happens. And it breaks it down into essentially resistance and response. In other words, when a law enforcement officer faces a threat, what is the appropriate response based on their perception of that threat? And it begins with, here in Florida, there are different ones, but here in Florida, with just mere presence. So presence then can escalate to verbal resistance, it can escalate to passive resistance, it can escalate then to active resistance, to aggressive resistance, and then to aggravated resistance. Aggravated resistance is also known as deadly threat. So somebody who gives the impression, whether by having a weapon or perhaps the subject factors are so different, the officer's much smaller, the individual's much bigger, they feel that they might be seriously hurt or killed, that would be aggravated resistance. But counter to that is 6 other categories where law enforcement officers are appropriately instructed on how to respond. So Presence is met with presence. Verbal is met with verbal. Passive is going to be met with empty hand skills. These are the not using the tools of your belt. Active, you start getting on the tools of your belt. This might be you'd respond with a taser or a baton or something like that. Aggressive resistance means that you go for what's called temporary incapacitation. You're hitting for effect. You're trying to knock down or perhaps even knock out an individual who has escalated to this high level on the continuum. And then aggravated resistance is met with the use of deadly force. And that is defined in statute as that force which is likely to cause death or great bodily harm. So using that construct, what you have is an objective analysis of force. You actually have rules that when somebody does this, you can do that. Oh, and if they do this, well, then you can do that. And it escalates and de-escalates. So what you're trying to maintain is a level of what the term you use is proportionality. That's exactly the right term. You want to stay proportional, that if somebody is cursing at you, you don't hit them with a baton because that would be too high on the force continuum. You can simply use verbal control to try to calm them, to try to get them in compliance. However, if they escalate by putting their fists in the air, well, that would be aggressive resistance. You can look across the chart, and at that point you could know that you can use certain techniques that are designed to cause temporary incapacitation. So that's not figured for civilians. So my understanding of proportionality really comes from these authoritative models that are used in a different dimension, but I think still apply to the construct of reasonableness as it relates to everyone.
And do civilians ordinarily have the same range of force options as trained police officers?
They don't, and that's one of the problems, is that civilians oftentimes are, first of all, untrained when it comes to use of force constructs, but they also don't have what I like to call the Batman belt. They don't have the utilities that a law enforcement officer has to their avail. They don't generally carry tasers and baton and pepper spray and those kind of things. They may have a firearm, and that would be the next level after their empty hand tactics, because they don't have intermediate weapons as law enforcement officers are required to have.
And they also wouldn't have the law enforcement training that officers have, right, with specific ways to de-escalate. So turning now to the reactionary gap and the vulnerable seated occupant, can you please explain what the reactionary gap is?
Sure. So the reactionary gap, generally stated, is going to be the distance in which you can appropriately react to. The one thing we know about reactionary gaps is it's based on what's called reactionary time. And there is a deficit in your mind, in the minds of all of us who are sitting here under the sound of my voice. When some stimulus occurs, it will take about a quarter second for you to be able to react to it. That much time will pass, about 250 milliseconds will pass before you can actually do something about it.
Continuing to listen into that trial, or that hearing rather, the Stand Your Ground hearing in Tampa right now, as they are discussing some of the things that will be considered here before a judge makes a determination on that suspect, that defendant, Joel Marino Cobo, who is accused of shooting and killing DJ Shy Guy, and whether he would be able to use that Stand Your Ground defense as his defense, or whether that case would even move forward. So a lot hinging on this. We are continuing to monitor that. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. Have a lot more to get to as well, so don't go anywhere, and we will be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning still. I almost said afternoon. We're not quite there yet, almost, but we appreciate you joining us live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We want to talk about the Iran war and the fallout from that amid a number of reports, multiple reports across the country that the U.S. has used up maybe 80% of its key long-range missiles. So what does this mean not only for that ongoing conflict right now in the Middle East, but for other reasons that we have those missiles? Joining us live now to give us some perspective here and break down all of this for us. We are pleased to be joined by Philip Shears, who is Associate Fellow on the Defense Program at the Center for New American Security, joining us live now via Zoom. Philip, we really appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you, Garrett. Happy to be here.
So first, I want to get your take here on these reports that the Pentagon is dangerously low on these munitions as we are now 6 months into this war in Iran. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think, there will be clear, and I think we're already seeing clear impacts of those shortages in a few ways. I think first and foremost, the protection of our forces. Without effective air defense interceptors, the force is going to be more vulnerable in the region. And I think what we're also seeing as discussions continue to proceed around a potential ceasefire, potential deal, is bargaining leverage. These weapons are not easily replaced. And when you're running low, time is not on the United States' side in that regard. And I think that makes coming to an agreement that is favorable to the United States more difficult. And I think this is one of the risks that we see in longer, more protracted conflicts, is that when you run lower on munitions, it's harder to come to a conclusion to the conflict that is favorable for the terms that you want.
It certainly seems like it would put pressure on the United States right now to come to an agreement.
It would. And, in many ways, that's what you would like to see. But then I think the challenge is, what is the agreement? And, to what extent are you able to shape the contours of the conversation based on what your leverage in the bargaining looks like for what the future holds? And I think right now, if the United States is in a position where it only has 20%, 15% of its preferred munitions with which it would continue to carry out a conflict, then I think the argument or the risk is that on the Iranian side, the Iranians don't necessarily perceive the United States to be in a very advantageous position and feel more emboldened to make some of the starker claims that they've wanted to stake out in the negotiations.
When it comes to this, the dwindling stockpiles, is this something that should have or could have been foreseen heading into this conflict?
Well, I think it depends on what your plan for the conflict is. And initially the administration had laid out an idea for a very a very short and sharp conflict that would be completed within a matter of weeks. And if you are able to adhere to that timeline, then you could conceivably manage to get yourself out of it without having depleted such a number of munitions as we've seen them deplete. The problem is that often wars don't go as planned, and that the operation that has been executed was also one that was contingent on heavy expenditures of expensive, high-end standoff systems that fire from range. And the more that the conflict has gone on, the more that those systems have been used. And so it's been extremely taxing on those munitions.
You mentioned earlier that this is not a problem that is quickly and easily solved when it comes to the dwindling stockpile. Why is that?
Well, these are complex weapons. They are tremendously effective, but they're not cheap and they take a lot of time to make. And I think one of the things that makes this a difficult problem to solve is that our industrial base has not been able to maintain the capacity to produce these munitions at scale and at speed over the last several years. And that I would characterize that really as the result of a really inconsistent demand signal that the United States has put forward to its industrial base, the U.S. government has put forward to its industrial base, in order to be able to sustain that production capacity that we would like to see over time. And so if you think about one munition like Tomahawk, that is a program that we have seen extremely inconsistent procurement of in recent years. There were multiple years in the 2020s in which there have been no buys put forward by the president's budget for the Tomahawk. And the procurement portfolio is ripe with examples like that of standoff weapons, like the kinds that the administration would like to use in this conflict and that we would like to be able to use to deter other conflicts that have not been consistently procured over the years. So that altogether has made it really difficult for industry to sustain the production capacity that we would like to be able to have, not only to build munitions that would deter conflicts, but also replace the munitions that we lose should conflicts unfortunately unfold.
Yeah, we're talking about how this impacts the current war in Iran. How does this impact the national security of the United States as a whole? When whether or not there was these reports that have come out, if you're other countries who are not friendly to the United States, you have to be watching the high number of strikes on Iran and kind of counting the cards on your own. I'm sure they have their own intelligence on us. So what does something like this mean for the U.S. and national security as a whole? Is there an impact there?
Yeah, I think that is the question. I think, fortunately, an adversary country's decision to go to war with the United States or one of its allies is a multivariable question that does not only rely exclusively on the status of U.S. munitions inventories. It also relies on the way that they maintain the legitimacy of their control of political power in more autocratic regimes like China and Russia, and whether or not they can secure the political buy-in there, and whether they can make the case to their domestic constituencies. And I think it also depends on the state of their armed forces as well, and whether they have confidence in their armed forces' ability to go out and execute the operation that they conceive of executing. But it also matters in large part whether or not the United States can credibly impose some of the challenges and costs that we would like to be able to stop and deny those potential missions and those operations. I think the question going forward is, what can the United States do to not only replenish these munitions as rapidly as possible, but also find other ways to muster combat power in more affordable ways and in faster ways, so that deterrent still exists. And I think that's why you're seeing a lot of movement on lower cost munitions in the near term, a lot of movement on making sure that our forces in other theaters are ready, and making sure that even though our munitions have been expended in significant quantities recently, that we are postured as much as possible to make clear that our forces are still ready for any conflict that might arise in any other theater.
So to that end, what happens next? What are you watching for as this continues to move forward?
I think all eyes continue to be on the ongoing discussions between the United States and Iran. It's been incredibly inconsistent and difficult to predict because the discussions frequently seem punctuated by returns to fighting. And so it's an unstable situation. I think the other thing to keep an eye out on is something that we try to keep an eye on very closely here in DC, which is the budget process and what comes to fruition with this recent president's budget, putting forward $1.5 trillion. How much of that is able to finally make it into the munitions portfolios? How much of that actually ends up in procurement? And what do those timelines look like to actually replenish some of these stockpiles?
Right. Philip Shears, Associate Fellow on the Defense Program at the Center for New American Security. We really appreciate your time and your expertise. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thank you, Garrett. Happy to be here.
Let me give you a live look right now at Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. there, where just a few minutes ago we caught the tail end of what Florida Senator Rick Scott was saying on the Senate floor, was talking about a disaster relief bill and talking about something with that. We do have his remarks for you now. I want to go ahead and play for you. He spoke for about a couple of minutes there on the Senate floor. Here's what he said just moments ago.
So first off, I rise to recognize all my colleagues that have spoken about the importance of disaster relief. And I think we all want to make sure we help our states. Right now, I rise in support of the Doug Lamoff Disaster Tax Relief Certainty Act. Florida is no stranger to natural disasters. As we speak, we're in the middle of hurricane season, start June 1. When I was governor, I wanted Florida to be the national model for disaster relief. We prioritize preparedness, safety, quick action. But once the storms pass, anyplace else, Florida's in the same position. Floridians had to be rebuilt. Families lost homes, some lost everything they had. When you're in that position, one of the worst moments of your entire life, you shouldn't have to worry about a rising tax bill. That's why I helped lead this bipartisan bill and previous bills to provide not just Floridians, but all Americans all across this country tax relief and disaster strikes, including Texans and Oregonians. Our citizens need certainty when they are piercing their lives back together. They don't need the government taking a cut of the money they need. This bill just gives them certainty of necessary tax relief to victims of natural disasters so they can focus on getting back on track and not worrying about the IRS. This bill is very critical to my state. It's also more about hurricanes. This bill is not just about hurricanes. This bill helps families affected by all natural disasters. It includes wildfires, tornadoes, earthquakes, any other scenario that can be declared a federal disaster. It's good for the entire country. It's a bipartisan bill, and it's a tribute to Doug LaMalfa, who passed away earlier this year. This passed the House unanimously earlier this year. So if we pass this today, it will become law. Americans don't need extra worries when the worst happens, and we shouldn't be an obstacle to their recovery. By passing this bill, we'll make it easier to rebuild the American dream when hardship strikes. I'm not going to give up. I look forward to continuing to work with my colleagues, including with my friend from Texas, to get this bill across the finish line for every Floridian and every American. And I recognize the issue he's dealing with, and I look forward to working with him to try to solve the issue that Texans are looking at right now. With that, Mr. President, I yield back.
That was just moments ago on the floor of the Senate, Senator Rick Scott speaking there. Well, we are getting ready for a news conference in Lee County, Lehigh Acres, Tortuga Preserve Elementary School. Governor Ron DeSantis expected there shortly. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say this is not going to start right at noon. It's still no placard on the podium there. You see the tape waiting for that, which normally arrives when about the time the governor and his staff do. So we are still waiting for that, but that is expected soon. We expect to hear from the governor. Of course, we will have that live for you coming up on Fox 35 News Plus. So we still have much more to come. Don't go anywhere if you're joining us live right now on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. We will be right back with more in just a couple of minutes.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I was right. Governor DeSantis didn't start right at noon. He started about 45 seconds before, so you can't say I was wrong. Let's go ahead and listen in as he speaks live right now in Lehigh Acres.
But we're excited to be able to kick off the school year here, and we're joined by our new Education Commissioner, Dr. Henry Mack, and I want to welcome Henry to the team. And he's had a great track record. He's coming from the Trump administration and now is back in Florida, and he's done a lot here in Florida on education issues in particular. We have Commissioners Petrosky and Hammond here from Lee County. Of course, our host, Superintendent of Schools, Denise Carlin. I know we also have DeSoto. I want to thank you guys for being here. School board members from Lee County, from Hendry, and then, of course, from DeSoto County as well. You guys in Lee County have worked very hard. You produced some really good results, and we're excited about that. So as we go into the school year, we can say a number of things and highlight a number of important things. You know, there's various ways that people rank different stuff, and, you know, you take it with a grain of salt. But at the same time, we can say that we have been ranked #1 in education freedom 4 consecutive years. #1 in education overall 2 of the last 3 years. #1 in parent power by the Center for Education Reform 4 years in a row. #1 on state education freedom, and the only state to receive an A+ rating. We are also #1 on Lightcast 2025 Talent Attraction Scorecard, and that's the 3rd straight year we've been #1 on that metric. #1 in public higher education every year I've been governor, and then #1 in workforce education, which when we started in 2019, we were in the bottom half of states. We said we wanted to be #1 by 2030. We didn't exactly do that. We did it 5 years ahead of schedule, and so we're excited about that for workforce. And then just this week, the Center for Education Reform ranked Florida #1 3 years in a row for charter school education. And so that's something that's also really, really significant. We, of course, have pioneered parent-focused decisions when it comes to education. We do have universal choice. What that has done is, you know, there's a lot of focus on someone can get a scholarship and then go, and that's more than 530 students. But we also have 408,000 students in charter schools, which are public schools but are separate from the school districts, 150,000 homeschool. But the bulk of our school choice is actually within our school districts. It used to be, when I was growing up, like I'm in Dunedin, I went to Dunedin Middle School, Dunedin High School, right? It just was what it was. There may have been some things back in the 90s, or maybe there was a program or two that you could do. I was in Pinellas County, and it may have been a little different somewhere, but now the norm is school districts know they got to compete for parents. Parents have options, and you need to provide options. And so maybe you live in one part of a county, and that local school that's run by the district may not have everything you want. Then you now have the option to go to a different district school and have those opportunities as well. So all in, if you look at our entire K-12 population, we got about 1.6 million students that are going to a school other than their neighborhood school, but a bulk of that is choice within our public school districts. And I think that when you do choice, there's some folks, they just resist, they just want the old guard. But then there's others within our school districts, and more of the superintendents are like, hey, this is the wave of the future. We're going to compete here. You know, we want to be able to provide great options for parents and show that we're able to do well. And I think the ones that have done that have seen their performance increase. I mean, right here where we're at was D to B grade school. You know, it's a big, big improvement, and it's not easy. So thank you. And that's another thing we do. It's never a perfect way to measure performance, and when it comes to education, I mean, some people say, like, you know, pay a good teacher double but pay a bad teacher less. Like, yeah, I think we all agree on that in concept, but then how do you show that, right? Because you could have a great teacher with poor performing students, and then they're getting them higher. That's probably harder to do than to do an AP class when kids are already, you know. So there's different ways that you go, but we got to figure out ways, or we figured out ways to do it the best of our ability. So here's where we are on school district performance. 76% of all schools earned an A or B grade in 25-26, and that's a 5% increase from 2024 and 2025. 60% of all schools maintained an A or improved their grade from the prior year, and then 5 districts improved from B to A, 2 districts improved from C to B. We're also able to show improvement with Florida students. So we had a record-breaking 92.2% graduation rate for Florida high schools, and that's been accompanied by improvement across the board. For the first time ever, more than 60% of Florida students are performing at or above grade level in both English language arts and in mathematics. We also implemented a way, so when I became governor, we had kind of the end-of-year test. It was, honestly, it was like they put a lot of time into just preparing for the test, which as you get into probably after spring break even, but certainly as you get into the end of April, beginning of May, it was pretty much as all prepare for the test. And, the problem with that is one, if they don't do well in the test, they're on summer vacation, so there's no ability to really do remediation. But two, when you cram, a lot of times you take the test and then just forget. It's better to just learn steadily over the school year. You tend to retain it a little bit more. So we had folks that were offering some different ways forward on that. And look, there's some people that opposed those end-of-year tests because they didn't want any accountability. That wasn't where we were coming from. We wanted to measure. Wanted to make sure people were meeting expectations, and if they weren't, figure out what we need to do to get the student on the right path. But we also understood, maybe that's not the best way to do it. And so a few years ago, 2023, we implemented a progress monitoring system. So instead of one high-stakes end-of-year assessment, we would do periodic assessments throughout the school year. So you do your first assessment, you'd get it, and then if there was need for remediation, the teacher could talk to the parent, talk to the student, they could do things, and then see the improvement throughout the school year. So since the implementation of progress monitoring, percentage of students scoring on or above grade level on the end-of-year ELA progress monitoring assessment has increased by 12 percentage points from 49% to 61%. That's more than 150,000 students who are now performing on grade level in English language arts. And you can't be certain, but the chance of all, if they didn't have the remediation along the way, if it was just one end-of-year assessment, probably would have seen poorer performance overall amongst those students. For mathematics, improvement of 9 percentage points from 53% to 62%. That's nearly 115,000 additional students on grade level across our mathematics assessments. So progress monitoring has worked. It's getting us the information we need to make sure standards are upheld, but it's also providing a way for students to remedy any deficiencies, for parents to be involved, and for teachers to be able to do their thing. Teacher pay. Obviously, this is an issue across the country. People talk about when you go into any type of public service, you make less than you would make in the private sector. Trust me, that's just the way it is. And you're not going to get rich being a police officer, firefighter, teacher, some of these things, but you want it to be where it's at least attractive for people to be able to go, and not have to worry about making ends meet every day. So we've put $7 billion over and above what was being done when I became governor just into teacher salaries. And I think most people know in Florida, our school districts are funded by a combination of state sending many billions of dollars down, local governments, school districts raising tax revenue locally to be able to do it. So we're putting money for teacher salaries. That doesn't mean they can't also do money for teacher salaries. And so this year, one of the things that was frustrating, because, and this is true nationwide, and maybe less true in Florida than some places, but if you look over the last 30, 40 years in education, the biggest growth has been administration and bureaucracy. That's true in higher education. It's definitely true in K-12. In some places around the country, it is unbelievable how much you've had a major increase in administration. Well, that means that those resources aren't going into the classroom. They're not going to go into teachers' pockets, obviously, if you're hiring, a bunch of this other stuff. And so, look, it wasn't for us to micromanage the level of staff that a district needs on some of this stuff. I mean, obviously, I could look at some school districts in Florida. I would disagree with kind of how they did it. But we wanted to make sure if we're putting more money into this, that it's actually going into teachers' pockets. So we created a special budget categorical where I think we started with like $400 million, and it could only be used for teacher salaries. And we started with the average minimum because we were at $39,000. We're now at almost $51,000 average minimum salary in the state of Florida. I mean, that's a big increase. But we've done more every year. So the budget that I signed at the end of June that's now in effect for the teacher categorical has $1.56 billion. But interestingly, and I think this is good that the legislature did this, we've done a lot on average minimum, and it wasn't only for average minimum, but that was the focus of the categorical for the first few years. This has a special provision of the categorical where it's $200 million for salary increases for teachers with 10 years of experience or more. And so that'll be something that's helpful. Now, if someone's already been in for a certain period of time, it's not as significant of a recruiting bonus for here, whereas someone that we're trying to get out of college, you got to make it more attractive. But I think it's just an appreciation for putting in many, many years of service. And so that's going to go, and that's, the school districts can also match that. They can do more. It's not just the state that's doing it, but that is really historic. There's never been that much money in Florida history that's been dedicated, to teacher salaries. And so, as we said, we were able to go from $39,000 to over $50,000 for average minimum salaries, which, that's over $10,000 increase. Now, we haven't focused as much on average salaries overall, but that has also gone up from just under $50,000 to almost $58,000. That's an increase of over $8,000 that we've done over these years. This budget will do more for that, but particularly at the higher ends for the more tenured teachers, now they're going to be able to get more as a result of that. And think about it. We've done universal choice. We have more per pupil than we've ever done, more teacher salary from the state support than we've ever done by far. Also, I've done the Everglades. I did this reservoir here. I'm doing all these roads, and we're accelerating roads that weren't even supposed to start for 10 years. We're doing that. All major, more tax relief over my tenure than has ever been done. And yet, we've reduced our budget overall in Florida 4 years in a row. So don't tell me that you can't do big things, but also be fiscally responsible and because you can, because we're showing that you can. Think about this. We have 23.5 million people, give or take. The closest state to us in population is New York State. They've got about 19.5 million residents. It used to be. They had way more than Florida way back in the day. Our budget's about $117 billion. Their budget for 4 million fewer people, $268 billion. Try driving from JFK to Manhattan. Are those roads as good as the roads? No, they're not. I don't know where this money is going. You go around the borough, you pay all this money in tolls, unbelievable tolls that you have to pay for that, and yet the roads aren't good. They tax and tax and tax, and now you got New York City wants to even do more tax, so their budget's way over twice as much as Florida, yet we have the #1 public higher education system in the country. So a lot of what government unfortunately does is trying to serve certain political constituencies rather than doing what's right for the public interest and taxpayers. And so we're proud of a lot of the big initiatives we've done, but we've done that within a context of a budget that has actually gone down every year for the last 4 years. And we're in the midst of inflation, too. Things are more expensive. It's been a huge issue for America for the last 5 or 6 years. It just is what it is. We're trying to give relief here, all these different things, and we've done a lot of relief for people, and it's helpful. But the reality is when we're building things and all this, it's more expensive today than it was. And so we've got to account for that in the budget. Even with that, we're still able to do overall budget reductions. And so I would just show people that this is a great model for how you can govern in a way where you're not being miserly just to be for miserly's sake. You're being prudent, within an overall budget, but then the things that people really care about that can benefit the public, man, we've done that and done that very, very well. So I'm excited. I mean, I remember when I was running for governor, big issue in Southwest Florida was all the discharges from Lake Okeechobee. They were discharging water into the Caloosahatchee. It was going into the Gulf. It was mixing with some of the red tide, and the red tide's natural. It's unfortunate, and not that it's nice, but when it mixes with those discharges, it gets really, really toxic, and it smelled horribly. It was fish were washing up. It just hurt tourism. It hurt the restaurants, and we now have a reservoir built where if they need to discharge water, they discharge it into the reservoir, they clean it in the reservoir, and then put it back out, and it doesn't cause anybody any problems. I mean, like, just the ecological benefit of that, I think, is huge, but just think of the economic protection you're now providing for tourism, business down here, quality of life, the fishing. People would take these people fishing, the boat captains, had a horrible summer in 2018. So I came to Southwest Florida like my second or third day in office. So we said, we're going to tackle this. And not only have we done that, we've done way more than anyone thought we'd actually be able to accomplish. But that's a great example right there. A big investment. We got it done, and now the region is better off for it. So another thing that we've invested in specifically with education, and I think it's important that we're talking about that here in 2026, but just for the record, we were talking about it back in 2019, but here on America's 250th anniversary, American civics, and making sure that we have a renaissance of civics knowledge in this country, and it starts with the students. And look, I get around, I talk to people, come up to me, and it's like sometimes if like the federal government has, like the Congress has just enacted something, sometimes people think like, that's on my desk or something. Like, when there's differences between the federal government and the state government, there's difference between local governments, there's difference in the branches of governments, and I think collectively, I would hate to see a nationwide civics test applied and the results. It would not be pretty in these United States. It's just a fact. I don't think anyone would dispute that. So we have an obligation, not just with America 250, but an obligation period to recognize we're going to do what we can to produce students who are going to be able to be successful in a wide variety of life. Maybe go to university, great. Not everyone needs to do that, quite frankly. Maybe go to skilled trades, maybe go here, maybe do this, maybe end up in business, maybe end up in medicine, fine. Every single person that comes out of our school system is going to be called upon to exercise the duty of being an American citizen. And in order to do that, you can't just be a blank slate. You got to have a foundation of understanding what's gone into the creation of the American Republic, what ideas are important, and really make that a part of America's civic culture. So we decided we're not going to sit on the sidelines on this. We're going to do all that we can. And so part of that is, you got to learn this, you got to learn this. Yeah, I agree with that. But the reality is a lot of the stuff we're saying is important from a civics perspective is not really taught very intently in a lot of our universities anymore. It's almost like the Western canon gets put aside in many of these places, not in Florida, incidentally, and we're actually going to have a great report that we're going to talk about probably within the next couple weeks, because we doge the local governments, right? Blaise Ingoglia will go out there and do it, and a lot of these local governments don't like that, but he's just doing what he thinks is right. But we also doge the state governments, right? So we doged our university system in both for fiscal, but then I think more importantly for programmatic. What is being taught? Are these ideologically driven courses? Are the courses rigorous? What fields of study are leading to good opportunities when you get out? So we got this great report that's going to be prepared. We'll put it out for people and show. But one of the things we've did that I think is reflective in that DOGE report, we have put an emphasis on civics in our higher education as well. It's something that's important. It's something you should have a working knowledge of if you're going to graduate college, but certainly if you're going to graduate high school. But you got to have the teachers who are well versed in this. And you could be a very diligent college student. Maybe you want to be a government teacher or civics teacher. You may not even have access at many universities around the country, to what you need, to do. They'll have every other type of course that is just, I think, ideological fad, but they sometimes won't offer things that are really enduring and meaningful. So we said we're going to account for that. So we created a Civic Seal of Excellence program that is for teachers, and not just for civics teachers, history teachers, English teachers, whoever wants to do it. You get a $3,000 bonus if you go through the program, 50 hours of instruction on the bedrocks of not just the American Republic, but really Western civilization, how this all came together in 1776 and later in 1787, 1791, and then how it's grown and endured ever since, knowing that. And so you go in, and once you start to do that, people really get it. They understood what the Founding Fathers were doing. And I tell people, we live in an age now, Founding Fathers, when they took those quill pens and signed the Declaration of Independence in July of 1776, they didn't have autonomous vehicles, they didn't have social media, they didn't have artificial intelligence. It's true, they didn't even have automobiles, period. But they understood human nature, they understood the source of rights, they understood the proper role of government, they understood the dangers of concentrated power. Those insights are not any different then than they are now. Human nature has not changed from 1776 to 2026. The source of our rights being God-given, not government-granted, that insight has not changed in 250 years. The proper role of government hasn't changed in 250 years. And so those underlying principles really endure, and they serve as the foundation. They should serve as the foundation. I know some of these people getting nominated and a big hit. It's one of many things we've done to create a culture of civic knowledge in the state of Florida, and I think that that's something that that students are going to be better off for. And then also, in this last but not least, we've done more over this period of time to promote school safety and security than has ever been done in the history of the state of Florida, and rightfully so. I came into office on the heels of the Parkland School massacre that happened in February of 2018. I got elected in November of 18 and took office in January of 2019. One of the first things I did was remove the sheriff of Broward County for dereliction of duty, because those kids should not have faced that fate, and the response was woefully inadequate. Then we convened a statewide grand jury on school security, and it identified a lot of deficiencies in Broward, led to the removal of, I think, 4 of the school board members at the time. And so we did what we could to bring accountability. And it was somewhat delayed because that had happened in February. I didn't take office till January.
Governor DeSantis still speaking live right now in Lehigh Acres. We're going to have to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but before we do so, I want to give you a couple updates. First, I want to give you this live look outside a Dallas, Texas area Sam's Club where there is a large police presence. A number of police vehicles you see still arriving on the scene there. We're working to learn more information about what happened there. I also want to give you an update on this scene from yesterday, Campillo Street in Altamont Springs. We now know that a death investigation there is being investigated as a homicide. That is the update today from the Seminole County Sheriff's Office. They say they still believe it's an isolated incident. They're following active leads and will release more information as it becomes available. But again, this was yesterday in unincorporated Altamont Springs, Campillo Street. That death investigation now being investigated as a homicide. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll get you back to Governor DeSantis in just a minute.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. Still monitoring the spacewalk outside the ISS and this developing active police scene outside a Dallas area Sam's Club. But we want to listen in as Governor DeSantis continues to speak live right now in Lee County.
With that, and then of course we've expanded House Bill 757, which expands our school safety efforts into our state colleges and universities. And so all in all, I think that this is something that the people that have helped bring this up, look, I sign the bills, I do the press conferences. Yes, I got to call for certain things, and you got to put your kind of political weight behind some of these things to get them across the finish line. But ultimately, it's done by the people who are there in our schools every day, who are working with students, who are working with parents to keep them safe, obviously, to educate them, to create a good learning environment. And what I'll say is it's been a job well done. Those numbers don't lie. You've seen the improvement. We got a lot of momentum, and we want to continue it forward. But as we come on the next school year, I hope this year is better than ever. And I think that students are in a great place in the state of Florida to have a great education experience, a lot of education options, and a lot of great students and administrators who care very deeply about their future. Okay, we're going to hear from some of the folks here. We'll start with Henry, and then we'll do Denise.
Thank you very much, Governor. Good morning, or rather good afternoon. Great to be with you. Could not think of a better way to start the school year than to be here in Lee County, and gratitude to the superintendent for the opportunity to address you all and sort of, again, double click on many of the things that the governor had talked about. Speaking of recovering from federal service, I'm day 4 on the job here at Florida, coming out of D.C. as serving as Assistant Secretary for Labor, overseeing all employment, training, talent development, and unemployment insurance systems for the nation. And prior to that, I had the fortune of serving with the governor as Chancellor for Workforce here in Florida. And so many of these things are so near and dear to me, and it's very meaningful to me to come home now and help accelerate the success, accelerate the great work, foot on the gas, cannot give up on the excellence that this governor has achieved by way of expanding education opportunity. To his points, across the board, the opportunity for students, the opportunity for faculty and staff by way of additional support. And it's remarkable, and I'm grateful, Governor, for your trust in me, and to certainly the State Board of Education for appointing me the 30th Commissioner of Education for the state of Florida. It's also meaningful to me because I'm a faculty member first. I've been teaching undergraduate philosophy for about 21 years, up until the President had nominated me for D.C. service. And so the idea that I come home not just to lead this excellent, exceptional education agenda, and to not lose ground, to not give up, to not stop the great work. As much as that is meaningful to me, it's also meaningful to me to be a faculty member and to do everything possible to uplift faculty, to do everything possible to uplift the students that are at the end of the line of this, to provide the opportunity, to provide the growth, to provide the education, and to do everything imaginable, both to ensure that they're ready for education, for democratic citizenship, and to enter the workplace as an informed citizen, but also to enter the workforce or the workplace at a mid to high wage occupation. It's a both and proposition. And if there's anything, frankly, Governor, that I've learned from you over the years, it's that you are a both and proposition. You can have excellent choice in education and high quality public schools, as the governor announced. You can do both. You can do big things and still be fiscally responsible. You can incent college attendance, but not default to the college for all model or mindset. You can both have it that way and incentivize workforce education, career and technical education and training. And it's just a remarkable thing as, again, the federal government seeks to restore education to the states, to empower the states, to return authority and autonomy to the states. Again, the idea that I could take over as the 30th Commissioner for the state of Florida at this time, at this moment, given the momentum that the governor has built, and looking forward to a new era in education, I would argue, in Florida that doubles down on everything that we've achieved, it's just remarkably exciting. And so the governor pretty much stole all my talking points. And I think the one thing I just want to double click on, Governor, if I might, only because my passion has always been higher ed and workforce education, especially coming from the Department of Labor, is the coupling between education and industry. We know it works. We know that we have more jobs looking for people than people looking for jobs. We know we have adults out there that have some college degree, but some college credit, but no college degree. We know that we have adults out there that are basic skills deficient or have not yet acquired their GED. We know that the governor and the president are championing short-term workforce education certification programs, now through Workforce Pell, non-loan-based aid coming out of the federal government to pay for the entirety of short-term certification programs in our school districts, at our technical colleges, at our state colleges, across the state of Florida. And this is another reason why I was excited to come home. Where Florida goes, so goes the nation. Florida has led on registered apprenticeships and pre-apprenticeships. And it was back in 2019, before apprenticeships was even sexy to talk about, that this governor was talking about reaching #1 in workforce education, and a critical component of that was registered apprenticeships. And so we set aside $10 million at the time to incent registered apprenticeships, earn and learn models for students to enroll in that get them a job and get them credit, get them the education that they need to be mobile. And Florida has knocked it out of the park. Knocked it out of the park. At the Department of Labor, we just finished a study looking at about 10,000 apprentices. We compared those apprentices' earnings against the equivalent college degree earner in the same occupation. On average, apprentices earned 1 and 5 years out $15,000 to $21,000 more on average annually compared to the college degree earner, right? And so it's not necessarily about not ever going to university, but it's largely about, in middle school and in elementary school and in high school, changing the cultural conversation and beliefs that everybody needs to go to university in order to be successful. And it's not true. And we have great options here in Lee County with 2 technical colleges, a great Florida College System institution network that have a remarkable programs to accelerate an individual's desire to get a job as fast as possible. And so, again, so Florida goes, the rest of the nation goes. In many ways, the playbook that is being executed now at the federal level has been conceptualized and birthed and done here in Florida. And it is just a remarkable opportunity to return home as Commissioner and Governor. I cannot thank you enough for your leadership, for your dedication, and for your passion for the well-being of faculty members, students, and families across this great state. Madam Superintendent, this is your day. This is your week. Congratulations on the great start of a new school year, rocking it on all levels. And so I don't want to steal any more thunder from the person that matters most, perhaps in this room, for your leadership in shepherding the community here in Lee County. Madam Superintendent.
As the superintendent steps up to speak, we're going to step aside, take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you back to Lehigh Acres. We're hearing from the Lee County Superintendent, Denise Carlin, who is speaking right now at this news conference with Governor Ron DeSantis and the new Florida Education Commissioner, Dr. Henry Mack, who spoke just a few minutes ago. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
Has spoken about our commitment to high standards, to choice, to CTE, and to results that matter. So it's about graduation rates, certainly, but it's about outcomes and opportunities for our students. And I'll be glad to share with you, Commissioner, every student that graduates from the Lee County Public School District has a Plan A and Plan B, and most of our children are choosing career and technical education. So we're very, very proud of that. All of this that we've talked about today aligns with what our vision is here in Lee County, and we thank you for your support. Governor DeSantis, thank you again for your leadership. Thank you for being here. Thank you for choosing Lee County to kick off the school year. And to our students and parents, we're excited to see our students returning to the classroom next week. Welcome back. We can't wait to become an A school district, and we will be celebrating that hopefully a year from now. Thank you all for coming out.
Well, thanks for that, Superintendent. Good job in Lee County, and best of luck to everybody in this upcoming school year. I know that people have been working hard for a long time, and I know the preparations are very much underway, and I just still can't believe that it's happening so soon. I mean, that was a very, very quick summer. Okay, we got any questions back there? Yes, sir. Well, as you know, when you have universal school choice, parents are going to make decisions. The population fluctuates. I think as you continue to see improvement, you will end up gaining students. I mean, there's no question about that, and more money will flow. I have no doubt about that. I can't speak for the legislature. I mean, my view is, we're going to make it work one way or another. But the choice that we've been able to give people has really been amazing. And I have people, well, literally almost every time someone will come up to me and thank about the choice. And it's not always the private scholarships. It's having choice within the charter community or within the school districts as well. And even we got a very vibrant homeschooling community here. So I think all that will be worked out. But at the end of the day, you've got some school districts like Broward. I think their budget was $2.5 billion 8 years ago. They've lost like 40,000 students over the 8 years, and now their budget's $5 billion. Well, if they say they have a deficit, they're not justified at having $5 billion based. And I know that's not Lee Collier, but like that's just an example of parents that have a choice. They're fleeing there. They're going to different schools. So we want to make sure that we're doing it, but doing it in a way that there's accountability. So it'll all work out for sure. But never in the history, I think, of American education have parents been more empowered than they are here in the state of Florida. I don't think there's any example where you can have. And, you know, Henry and I were talking on the way up here, you know, we did the universal, passed it in 23. Like, no one had ever done anything at this scale before. And so, you know, they're different issues, but and you got to address them. But man, I mean, how many other states, if they tried to do this, it would have probably just collapsed, right, in like the first 2 weeks. And so this has been a monumental undertaking, and I know we're constantly doing things to make sure that it's working well. But man, there have been a lot of people that have benefited. There's no question. Yes. I think it probably would be something that would be effective if they're providing more individual choice amongst parents and more accountability. But I haven't seen the details of it. But my view is the less the federal government is prescriptive on matters of education, the better the outcomes likely will be. So on the property tax amendment, I said when the legislature put on the ballot, that was not the proposal that I had submitted. My proposal would have led to your homestead being tax-free. It wouldn't have happened on the first year, but it would have happened. We also provided a lot of state money that we were willing to do to help with the transition for local governments, even though I've been very vocal about the budgets having gone up so much while Florida's reducing it 4 years in a row. I also understood, you know, we have this massive surplus. Why not help with that? So we had a kind of a theory of the case there that I think would have excited a lot of people. They chose not to do some of the things that I thought were important, but they did put on the ballot something that will represent the biggest tax relief in the modern history of Florida. So I'm for it. I said I would vote for it. I said I'll vote for it enthusiastically. If you know the history, in 1980, Florida quintupled the homestead exemption. And 1980 makes sense, right? Because you had inflation in the 70s. People were getting pinched, just like they've been getting pinched in this inflationary period. So they quintupled it. And you had a lot of people saying the sky was going to fall if you give people homestead, all this other stuff, and it was fine, right? Then in 2008, on the heels of the great, leading into the big real estate boom that we had, as you're leading into the market crashing and the Great Recession, they did an increase in the homestead exemption just for local taxes, for all local taxes except school district taxes, which I don't know that was smart to do it that way, but that's kind of what they did, and so that's where we are now. So this one would be for the non-school district taxes, the local taxes, it would increase the homestead exemption in stages and ultimately lead for those taxes, your home to not be taxed by those authorities at all. So that's a big, big win for taxpayers. And what I would tell people is this, the affordability issue that this country's gone through in the last 5 or 6 years, starting with the COVID disruptions and driven by the Fed and congressional and federal spending, has had a real impact. I mean, you go to the grocery store today versus what it was, 4 or 5 years ago. It's just the bill is a lot bigger. I mean, I take 3 kids through the McDonald's drive-through. And I can't get out of there for, these Saja Boy breakfast Happy Meals, and they're running me a lot of money. And I've got one little daughter that only eats a little fraction of it, and I ask her, why do you need to do? So you see that, and that's just on that. Now you see, fuel is, $3.95, $4.05 a gallon. Interest rates are high relative to what they were a few years ago. So all these things are really, really significant. The problem is there's not something you can do in Lee County or in Tallahassee that's just going to, your grocery price is going to be reduced by half. Elect me and your grocery. I mean, when politicians are saying that, it's snake oil. They're full of it. There's not, maybe federally there's things you could, but at the state level to say you're just going to you're not going to pay as much for grocery, you're going to do that, I'll cut it in half. I hear some of this stuff and I'm just like, trust me, that's not the way it works. But the one thing you can do to give people relief that's solely within the control of we the people with our government and the taxing authority is you can provide exemption for homeowners to where they're not paying as much tax and eventually will pay a small fraction of what they're paying now, if that amendment were to go through. So no, they didn't do what I had suggested, but they did something that's pretty strong, and I think that's the only thing that you'll be able to vote for on the ballot or any individual candidate that's going to guarantee that you're going to get relief, as homeowners. And we tell people, and this is just the truth, local governments in 2019 got $32 billion from property tax. That's all property tax, not just homestead. Now it's over $60 billion. And it's projected to reach 83 or 84 billion by 2031. So the question is do you want to see government grow that much and not get relief, or would you rather rein in government, have that be more stable like we've done in Florida with 4 straight budget reductions, but then you get more money in your pocket? And I think more money in the taxpayer's pocket is what we need right now. That will help them cope with some of the issues. Look, I hope gas is $2 a gallon in 2 weeks. I really do. But are you going to bet your bottom dollar that it's going to, or even by next year, right? So I'm hoping you can go get out of Publix without spending so much compared. But the reality is, so this is the one thing that we can do that will be meaningful. And so I said from the beginning, I'll vote for it. I'm enthusiastic about voting for it. Now, I was asked, are you going to lead a political committee and all this? And I said, no. If it was my thing, I would have felt an obligation to do it. Trust me, it's not easy to do that. Like, it's a lot of work and all this other stuff. I would have felt an obligation to do it. I don't necessarily feel the same obligation, but I'm still for it, and I'm going to let people know I'm for it. We had this thing so when you have something on the ballot, and first of all, the Florida system with these ballot initiatives is really crazy. So you have an amendment that is proposed for the state constitution, but you can't necessarily put all of that on your, so they do a summary. So legislature passed, put the amendment on the ballot, put the summary on the ballot, and they sued on it. And a judge said, well, you can't have this title, this or that or the other thing. Now, I don't necessarily agree with that, but the reality is it goes to the Attorney General. The Attorney General rewrites it. I've actually seen, some of the drafts. It's great drafts. It's going to be very good. It's going to be very clear for voters what's on there. It addresses what the judge said, even though we don't necessarily agree with the legal analysis. It's fine. It's going to be a very good summary, very straightforward. People are going to know. You're going to get tax relief. You're going to get increased homestead exemption, if you're for it. So that's going to happen. That will, of course, it'll be on the ballot. It'll just be with a little bit different summary than what the legislature passed. But I look forward to doing that. And I'm not involved in any primaries. Like I said, if I feel the need, if someone's out there is really, doing what I think it takes and would do very well, then I'm happy to get involved. And there's different candidates that are doing some good things. Some candidates, aren't doing others and this and that. But, when you're being governor is different than winning governor. And honestly, what it goes into winning it doesn't necessarily mean you'll be a good governor, because a lot of it is recognition. And the way to get recognition in a really big state is you either have to pay for it by buying advertising, or you have to generate a lot of free media, which is hard in a state this big because we have so many different media markets. You could make a splash in Southwest Florida. People in Jacksonville aren't going to know about that, right? And so it's just very difficult. And so, like somebody like Speaker Renner, people said, when he ran, I said, I didn't advise him to run. It wasn't because I didn't think he would be a good governor. I think he'd be really good. He's got a great record of policy. But how are you going to what's your strategy to get known? How do you get known to people right, when you're doing that. And that's just something that's very difficult in our state. And honestly, it's difficult in many places around the country with these primaries. And what I found is, you know, voters are not out. Like, there's certain activist voters, man, they know everything. Like, if you sneeze the wrong way, they will nail you. Great. I think it's great. But then there's a lot of folks, they're just living their life. They are not following elections. So when it comes time to vote, they'll kind of figure, oh, I heard this person's name, I did that, or whatever. So it's more low information. They're not consuming a lot of information on this. So the more you can give through paid media and all this other stuff, the more that they may know who you are and then maybe kind of vote for you. I'm not sure that's the best way to actually run this system. You know, when people talk about money in politics, why is there so much money that flows into these races? It's not going in, it shouldn't go into the candidate's pocket. When someone says, oh, this person contributed to this, usually they mean someone is giving to like a PAC, and then that PAC is supporting the candidate by running ads. Candidate's not getting any of that money. I mean, some may do it, but they're violating the law. That's not what you're, so, oh, he gave this much to Joe Schmo. No, he didn't give any money to Joe Schmo. He gave to a PAC that's in running ads. And some of these numbers can get very, very big, but the reason why is it's expensive to educate people on the candidates when they're not actively seeking information. So when they're more passive, it costs a lot more money to do it. And so, you know, these nomination things, like, you know, they used to use these nominating conventions where you would elect people very locally, which the money wouldn't have a big an impact because these would be people you know. Maybe there'd be a couple thousand voters elect a delegate, and then they have a convention, and then they nominate people for the party. That's really, I think, true grassroots. Now what it is so much of it is about, you know, who has the most special interest supporting PACs to educate. And if you can't reach that threshold where people know who you are, then it's very, very difficult to go from there. So, you know, maybe in the future we look at this and say, there may be a way where you're really channeling a lot of high information people into this process that will be able to generate maybe a less reliance on so much, you know, amount of money coming in. Look, we all have to raise, I mean, I've raised money for all this stuff and all this stuff. You know, it's harder to do, like when I was running in 18, like it was not easy, especially in the primary, because I had the machine against me. When I was running for re-election, they knew I was going to win, so they had no, you know, everyone wanted to be there. So that's just kind of how these folks think. But I do think in Florida it's tough. I mean, it's really tough to get known, and so that's just been a threshold. These candidates have to reach that, and then if they reach that, then I can see, is that something I agree with? Do I agree with them on the issues, or how you go from there? But you know, the Republicans here, you know, we've seen this sea change where when I got elected, we had more registered Democrats than Republicans by, you know, a few 100,000 almost. And today we have 1.5 million more registered Republicans. And so there's never been a shift like that in the modern history of the country, certainly not one in favor of the Republican Party. And so you've seen that here in Florida. And it wasn't because we had some ingenious voter registration drive. I mean, honestly, we didn't do really that much on that. It was organic that people wanted to be a part of it because they saw we were delivering results and standing up and fighting for them. Starting, you know, at the beginning when I came here on the water quality and on that stuff, you know, I had a lot of Big Sugar going after me in the campaign at the time, and we stood up, we did the right thing, standing up against Fauci. In 2020, when it wasn't easy. You know, now he's kind of like a punching bag because he's kind of devolved into, unless you're in a real liberal environment, people don't believe Fauci, you know, has a lot of credibility. But at the time, man, he was being treated as like a demigod. He had a pronouncement we were just supposed to do. Mask mandate. I'm just supposed to mandate people wear masks? No, I'm not going to do that, right? But I was taking a lot of heat from that. But we were able to stand our ground on schools, on keeping the businesses going, on all that stuff. You know, and that really led to Florida taking off like never before. And part of it was people just wanted to make their own decisions, and we wanted to do all that. So you do that, and we attracted people. And I wasn't recruiting people to come because I know having population increases can, but the reality is, if you were sick of it anywhere in the United States, the first place you thought to come was the free state of Florida because it was a refuge for sanity. So we've seen that. So it's kind of led to this really lopsided thing. And you know, I sense that when that happens, it's just human nature that that folks think like, hey, you're hiring your own supply, you got an R by your name, doesn't really matter. And that's true until it's not, right? I mean, you always got to keep delivering results, and you got to be fighting for the people. You got to be willing to step in when it's not easy to do so. And you know, we've done that time and time again, and I think that's part of the reason why you see, you know, what you're seeing. But you know, it's going to be an interesting dynamic, you know, throughout the midterm, because I think the enthusiasm is not what it was on the Republican side as it's been in recent elections. I mean, it's just, you know, you're seeing a lack of that so far. Maybe that'll change. We'll see. The progress monitoring. So the schools get the letter grades, which is important, and that does it. But
this news conference continuing right now. Governor DeSantis continuing to take questions. We've got to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back in. I want to get you back to Lee County and Lehigh Acres, where Governor DeSantis is taking questions at this news conference. Let's listen in.
So here's what I'd say. Anytime you have an ability to, so we're doing this on the on some of the so-called autism treatment in Medicaid. There's some of it's fraud. So we're disciplining the ones that are not, we believe, on the up and up, and we're going very hard at them. And this thing has become almost the cottage industry for people to think they can get a piece of the pie. I think that there's some schools that are doing a really good job, but I'll tell you this: if you're setting up in some, in some storage unit and doing a fraud, you're going to be held accountable. So I would say if you have evidence of that, report it to Department of Education, report it to Henry's team. We will crack down very hard on that. There's no justification for it. And I told Henry on the way here, I said, look, we've done a really good job on this, but you can't do something at this scale and not have issues like this pop up, people are going to try to take advantage if they think they can get away with it. So when you bring the hammer and you drop the kibosh on it, that tends to improve the behavior very, very quickly. So we will move very quickly on that. If you provide us the information on that, they will not be in business long, and we will get the money back 100%. Now, having said that, we do have examples of more micro credentialing going on throughout Florida, where it's not necessarily the traditional footprint, but they've actually been successful in doing things, because you can take some of the ESA money and hire a teacher to come in and teach like neighborhood kids on this and that, and kind of do a potpourri, which it doesn't appeal to some parents because you kind of just want to know where they're going to be and bring them. But like for the homeschool parents to be able to mix and match like that, a lot of them have had good success when doing that. So it doesn't have to be the traditional brick and mortar model that we're so accustomed to be, but it's got to be legitimate. And if it's not legitimate, you're going to have very, very swift response. So this goes in with what we've done on the Medicaid. I think, we're doing more than any state by far on that. But, it's the type of thing where people know they can submit and maybe they get a lot of money for it. Now, most people don't do that. Most of the people in the system are doing it right and trying to help people. But that's not true 100% of the time. We've taken action, and we'll take more action on the autism fraud and Medicaid. And if that's creeping into education, all I will say is you best not do it. But if you do, make my day. We will make it hurt. Thanks, guys.
Governor Ron DeSantis wrapping up a news conference in Lehigh Acres. Let me go ahead and give you a live look right now in Orlando. The office of State Attorney Monique Worrell. She's expected any minute now to speak to reporters and respond to some criticism from Attorney General James Uthmeier and from Sheriff Mike Chitwood in Volusia County, talking about the 17-year-old suspect who has now been arrested and charged in the double murder of 2 teens in DeLand. The Sheriff Chitwood posted this on social media earlier today. You might be interested to know that the 17-year-old arrested in the DeLand double homicide of 2 teenagers has been the recipient of years of second chances, dropped charges, and lack of prosecution in the 9th Judicial Circuit of Orange and Osceola counties. We're talking about aggravated battery and assault with a deadly weapon, carrying a concealed weapon, multiple counts of battery, criminal mischief, vehicle theft, trespassing, drug possession, another aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, resisting an officer, all dating back to 2021. He goes on to say charges that were either dropped, non-filed, dismissed, or at best resolved with probation. Before his latest and worst criminal act, Keon Rundell was in a diversion program for drug possession and disturbing a school function. Now 2 young men are gone forever, and Keon facing 2 counts of second-degree murder. It makes you wonder if our justice system held little Keon accountable from the start, maybe things would have turned out different. Guess we'll never know. Also comments from the Attorney General criticizing her, saying her failures caused bloodshed in surrounding counties, that soft on crime policies do not work, and also saying it's unacceptable that the defendant was arrested multiple times and kind of highlighting some of the previous cases. Well, let's get you live right now to the office of the Orange and Osceola State Attorney Monique Worrell being introduced right now. She's expected to respond to these comments and talk about this. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
We also have the state attorney's proposed legislation regarding juvenile justice reform, and our office has reached out to the Department of Juvenile Justice for years, and the department has repeatedly ignored or canceled any opportunity for productive dialogue on juvenile justice reform. So we have correspondence showing you our efforts to work with the department, and I'll provide those handouts to you afterwards. So, State Attorney.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I want to start by saying our hearts go out to the families of the 2 young men whose lives were lost in this yet another preventable tragedy. Their loved ones deserve answers, and our community deserves a juvenile justice system that works to prevent these senseless acts of violence before they occur, instead of partisan political rhetoric and misinformation. It is disappointing but not surprising that the appointed Attorney General continues to make politically motivated statements without knowing all the facts. It is also disappointing that the Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood would make inflammatory comments regarding the cases involving this juvenile in the Ninth Circuit without also acknowledging the most recent case that did not incur in the Ninth Circuit, but rather his own circuit, the Seventh Circuit. Public safety deserves thoughtful leadership and not rhetoric designed to score political points. Because juvenile proceedings are confidential under Florida law, I'm limited in what I can publicly discuss regarding individual juvenile cases. However, since this circuit has once again been invoked in an effort to inject election year politics into tragedy, it is important for me to clarify several facts. First, prosecutors do not determine sentencing outcomes in juvenile cases. Dispositions are ultimately determined by the court with recommendations and involvement from the Florida Department of Juvenile Justice. When a juvenile is ordered to be committed, it is the Department of Juvenile Justice alone that determines the length of that commitment. As state attorney, I have consistently advocated for more effective, data-driven juvenile justice system that identifies high-risk youth early and provides meaningful interventions to reduce violence in our communities. As a part of this effort, I have assembled and implemented the Missing Middle Task Force that has received participation from our own local sheriff's office, as well as the Orlando Police Department, Orange County Public Schools, and many community organizations. I have repeatedly sought collaboration with the Florida Department of Juvenile Justice to discuss opportunities to strengthen coordination, identify gaps in intervention, and improve outcomes for young people before they commit more serious offenses. Despite those repeated outreach efforts, the department has not responded. In fact, most recently, they've outright declined to participate in these conversations. Prosecutors make charging decisions based on evidence legally available to them. Any conversation or statements made to have the public believe that cases are just dropped for no reason are statements that are made to misinform. When a case can't be prosecuted, that may be the result of evidentiary limitations, including circumstances in which necessary victims or witnesses are unwilling or unable to participate. The state attorney's office cannot ethically or lawfully pursue charges when the available evidence is insufficient to support prosecution. We simply cannot and will not manufacture outcomes to fit a political agenda. Accountability matters, but so does intervention before a child's behavior escalates to the point where lives are lost. And sadly, our current juvenile justice system continues to fail our communities in this regard. This tragedy involves an individual whose interactions with the criminal justice system began at the age of just 12 years old. That fact underscores why early intervention matters and why the entire system is in need of reform. It also, however, underscores the reason why any criticism of my office's handling of matters regarding a 12-year-old are baseless and meant only to deceive the public. Before you leave here today, I will provide you with a copy of the Florida statute regarding discretionary direct file. It will show that discretionary direct file is limited to kids who are 14 and 15 years old, and children less than that age could be direct filed only by indictment and only for select offenses. I will also provide a record of my repeated attempts to reach out to DJJ Secretary Welsh and his continuous declinations, as well as an invitation that he recently sent to the former appointed state attorney to join a conversation regarding juvenile justice on June 10th, while continuing to decline my requests for a simple meeting. Protecting our communities requires every part of the juvenile justice system to work together. The public should demand that its elected and appointed officials put partisan politics aside to protect its residents. My office remains committed to that work. I'm calling on the others involved to continue that work as well, because without true collaboration, unfortunately, these events will continue to happen.
Can you just clarify, are you saying the charges that you have on him in this circuit happened before 14 and you had nothing after that?
That's correct.
So you stand by that there was nothing more you could have done to give him a longer sentence or harsher punishment, that under the law, you could not have done more?
That is correct.
So you feel confident in how your office handled all of his previous cases in the circuit?
I think confident is an overstatement, and I'll tell you why. Because my office is not the only part of the juvenile justice system. So I am confident that we did everything within our power to handle this case in the best way that we could. But we are but one component of a juvenile justice system that is wholly inadequate to deal with children who commit violent offenses. And this is what I have been saying since at least 2022.
The Attorney General Altmaier claims that your failures have led to bloodshed. These are his words in surrounding counties. What is your response to that?
The empty barrel makes the loudest sounds. It is a great political talking point to say something like that. It's also based on nothing. This child was 12 when he was in this circuit. The latest incident didn't happen in this circuit. It happened elsewhere, and ironically, no one's talking about that. And the reason no one's talking about it is because people aren't interested in real solutions. They're only interested in finger pointing so that we can say this is only happening here. But the reality is what we're talking about are things that are happening all over the state of Florida. They're just hyper-focused on what happens in the Ninth Judicial Circuit. But the reality is this juvenile's most recent offenses did not happen in the Ninth Judicial Circuit. So I think that the question should be posed to the individuals who are making these statements, what about those cases? And the reality is it leads us back to the fact that we have a juvenile justice system that is wholly inadequate to deal with violent offenses committed by children. And unless we stop throwing political daggers back and forth with each other and come together to talk about a real solution that can help to make our community safer, then we are going to be on the other end of these cameras on a continuing basis talking about the next event that took place.
What would you say about Mr. Chitwood's implication that if more had been done when this guy was younger, that these crimes wouldn't have happened?
My only question would be what more? What more under the current system could have been done? And my guess is that he probably doesn't have an answer to that, because empty political talking points only go so far. I have, and you will see again, because I know many of you were not here in 2022 when I first made these legislative proposals, but I have fully illustrated how we can change the system in a way that provides a longer term of commitment for children who commit violent crimes that is determined by more input from the judiciary and the state attorney's office, and not just the Department of Juvenile Justice. And that if we were to really focus on rehabilitating young children who commit violent crime, then we can reduce the occurrences like this that happen when they continue to grow and not receive rehabilitation.
So this is obviously the latest iteration of the Attorney General scrutinizing you. Do you get the sense that he's building a pretext for the governor to remove you from office, and you think that potential removal is imminent?
So if you look at the last removal, there wasn't a pretext that was needed. They can remove me anytime they want to. They don't need a reason. But it is more important to me to ensure that the public understands what we're dealing with here. I'm not here to defend my honor. I'm here to do the work. It is important that the public understand that what we're talking about is not something that is isolated to the Ninth Judicial Circuit. In this very illustration, we can see that the latest case involving this juvenile didn't happen here. This is a systemic problem involving the inadequacy of the juvenile justice system. And unless and until we're ready to have that discussion, it doesn't matter who's sitting in this seat. These things will continue to happen.
You don't think you're about to be removed?
I'm not concerned with that. I'm concerned with doing the work, and that's been my answer, and it'll continue to be my answer. In my first administration, I spent lots of time wondering and worrying about that. I have said that in this administration, I will only focus on this work. And if this conversation can lead to a larger conversation about reforming our juvenile justice system, then I'm happy to have it.
What's the reasoning Walsh won't meet with you? Does he give you a reason?
No.
Or just ignore?
Just ignores and declines. And what's interesting about that is that our first request for a meeting was met with a yes, and it was scheduled. And I can only presume that he later did some research to realize who he just agreed to meet with and then canceled the meeting. So it was later canceled, and we have not been able to get a meeting scheduled since then. So, I mean, I am the state attorney. There's only so much that I can do with regards to juvenile justice. It is an issue that is very important to me, and I've been working to improve our system since 2022. So the irony that I'm being blamed for the malfunction of the system, I think is evident, but I still remain willing and ready to have conversations on how we can make this system better.
And the Public Defender's Office, too, is on board with doing this. I mean, for years, long before you got here, they wanted reform, too.
Yes, absolutely, and the public defender has been a part of this task force where we are looking at the different ways that we can change our system to make it better serve the children, thereby better serving our community.
What do you think the system should do when you have a 12-year-old that has a long list of offenses that continue, presumably because the interaction wasn't given to stop it? Can you give us a couple bullet points on how we can fix the system to address this specific, not this kid, but a kid just like this kid in jail?
Yeah, absolutely. So what we proposed is that the juvenile system actually do what the statute said it's supposed to do, and that is rehabilitate kids. Right now, we have kids that have been in the juvenile system and they have committed murder or manslaughter, and they have remained in the juvenile justice system, and within 18 months, they have been released. That is not adequate. That is not rehabilitation. There is no way that a child who commits a homicide and is released from a system within 18 months can be rehabilitated. I'm all for rehabilitation, and I think that we should seek to rehabilitate these kids, but you can't tell me that it's happening in 18 months. Additionally, our programs are shutting down all over the state, meaning that a lot of the kids are staying at the juvenile detention centers for months awaiting placement. We have programs that have relocated from other states where they've been shut down, and they've been allowed to receive a contract in the state of Florida. And they're being shut down for many of the same reasons that they were shut down before they got here. So if we're serious about reducing juvenile crime, then we need to, one, put resources behind the Department of Juvenile Justice. That is the first call. I understand that the reason that they are, God, is that you? All right, divine intervention. The reason that they're pushing the kids out so quickly is because they don't have the bed space for the amount of kids that they have. So I'm not saying that there's anything nefarious happening on behalf of the Department of Juvenile Justice. I'm saying that their resources are limited, so they're doing what they can with what they have. However, if the state would invest in the Department of Juvenile Justice and create long-term programs for seriously violent children where we can work with them for mental health, for education, for basically reprogramming them, but something longer than 18 months, then we can see outcomes that produce kids that can be reintroduced into society without recidivating. But what we're doing now is we have a revolving door. We take them in, we spit them out, they commit crime, and it's the state attorney's fault.
So what's it with the Stonewall, but yet in the name sling? You know, obviously reform is needed and everything like that, and you're willing to take on, you know, the effort and everything like that. So how come they're not meeting with you, but then people start blading?
You should ask them. You should ask them. You should absolutely ask them. And I can only suppose, because I haven't had conversations. I have never had a conversation with the Attorney General, nor have I ever had a conversation with the governor. So I can't answer those questions, but I can only say that it makes for a better soundbite if they can blame me for things without ever meeting with me to work on the things that are systemic problems that we have to deal with. Absolutely, 100%. I went to Tallahassee for the legislative session, January, I think it was, and I requested meetings with the Attorney General and the governor. I was not granted a meeting. So I remain ready and willing to meet with these entities for the purpose of working on a system that will serve our communities. I cannot. I can just tell you that my circuit is not the only circuit that handled him.
And the last time you guys handled the case was 3 years ago.
Yes.
And one more question. Property tax cuts and Amendment 3, what impact could that have on your office?
A tremendous impact, because we do receive funding from the county. So I think, like many other agencies, we are concerned about the proposal passing, because as a homeowner, it looks good, but there are so many consequences that can and will come as a result of that people cannot begin to foresee. All right, thank you all so much for coming.
I'll provide those handouts for you guys as well.
Monique Worrell wrapping up that news conference in Orlando, where she responded to those comments from the Attorney General and from the Volusia County Sheriff, who criticized her handling of the suspect in this double murder out of DeLand, 17-year-old Keon Rundell, who is now charged with murder of 2 teenagers who were found dead in downtown DeLand, accused of shooting and killing them. He does have a criminal history, as we heard, but as you heard the prosecutor say, it was her office that dealt with him years ago, that he was not hers was not the only office to have previous run-ins. And she said, what more could have been done? Pointing the finger on the juvenile justice system as a whole here in the state of Florida, and saying there are changes that need to be made, that she has put proposals out before for legislation that she wants to see to change the structure of the juvenile justice system here in the state of Florida. We are going to talk with Fox 35's Chris Lindsay coming up in just a little bit, who's going to be able to give us a little bit of additional context, and who was at this news conference as well that you watched live. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have much more to get to. Don't go anywhere here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook, and we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Coming up on 1:30 on this Thursday afternoon, and big news for all you gamers out there today, and even those of you who may not be big gamers but are looking ahead to Grand Theft Auto 6. We've talked about that before here on Fox 35 News Plus, and just a lot of the anticipation for that game. We found out today that Rockstar Games is going to be debuting some new information, an extended look, they're calling it, coming up later this month, 3 p.m. Eastern on August 27th, and it's going to be live on Netflix. Just to give you an idea of how much enthusiasm surrounding any little bit of information about this game. So joining us live now to talk about this and some of more of what we are learning about it as well. Pleased to be joined by Kahlief Adams, who is CEO of Spawn on Me Entertainment. Kahlief, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Always excited to talk more games with you. It's always nice to be here, so thank you so much for having me.
Kahlief, what do you make of this Netflix live release of an extended trailer for this game? Only Grand Theft Auto could pull this off, no?
Yeah, I think you nailed it. I think of anybody who we can think of who can do this, it would be Rockstar, knowing that they have the biggest game on the planet coming down the pipe, putting an extended trailer, which is interesting. It's not an extended gameplay session yet. I'm sure there'll be some gameplay in there, of course, but this extended look at what the biggest game is going to be on the planet is going to be, a really interesting space to put it on Netflix, which is going to give them a much larger kind of area to be able to kind of showcase the game, but also just format is very, very weird. It's, trailers usually are kind of on social media first or YouTube first, which this will come out a little bit later on YouTube after its Netflix debut. But it's a interesting marriage of platform and of space to see Rockstar and Netflix be in bed doing this together.
Has something like this been done before?
Not really. This is new, and it feels new just because it is on a streaming platform that is known for movies. I mean, the good thing is that Netflix has been doing games for a while now. They've been putting games on their platform. They just had a fantastic a horror game called Unhinged that they put out a couple months ago. So it's weird in the sense of, is this new in terms of the way video games are being shared and kind of new information is being shared? Absolutely. Does it feel like this is going to be the norm moving forward? Probably not, because it really depends on, trailers are one to be seen in the kind of the best format, and Netflix, unless they're going to put this thing out in 4K, is probably going to have a little bit of some backlash and pushback against it. But it'll be really cool to see how they kind of roll all of this out, what kind of information we'll see. And what does it mean to kind of mash up these two spaces where Netflix is going to be giving them a lot of time and Rockstar has a ton of money? So I'm sure this is a part of the marketing budget that has already kind of been paid by pre-orders.
Yeah. Do we know what the response has been like to the pre-orders that have been open for a little bit now?
I mean, it depends on who you ask. I think a lot of folks who are in the larger conversation that we just talked about a couple of months ago around, physical disc versus online digital distribution, that's been a part of this discussion too, of people saying, why are people pre-ordering this game when we have literally no information except for the two trailers that we've had, and the last trailer that we had debuted about a year ago. We've not seen any actual gameplay yet. So a lot of folks who are in the camp of don't pre-order until you've actually seen real gameplay are being pretty loud about the discussion here. But I think the overarching hype for what this game is going to be with what we've seen so far, and if it does match the visuals that we saw in each of these trailers, it's going to be monumental in a lot of different ways. So I think, the pre-order numbers are going to be big. And I think a lot of folks who are maybe on the fence, once they see this extended look, will probably move over to either pre-ordering or knowing that they're going to buy the game when it comes out.
So what do we know about the game, about the storyline, about what we can expect from gameplay?
So far, at least what we've seen from the two trailers that we've seen, it's kind of a Bonnie and Clyde story with these two protagonists, these young protagonists who are seemingly looking like they're in Miami or at least in the South. moving and trying to figure out how to build a life that's around getting out of the crime game, but or kind of having to be pulled back into it. We don't know a lot, to be honest, from what Rockstar has shared. They've given some really, really kind of just like overarching high level stuff around what the game is going to be, with some, you know, the names of the protagonists, which is escaping me right now. I think Lucia is maybe the name of the woman protagonist. I forgot the name of the gentleman in the game, but it's a crime story. It's a classic rags to riches. We need to figure out how to do the last heist kind of thing. And I think what we wind up seeing in this game is systems that are kind of being built around what this game is going to wind up being. One of the things that Rockstar does really well in the GTA series is they build all of these intricate systems that kind of bring along these kind of almost true to life versions of, or facsimiles of, what you would do in real life, except for the crime sprees and all of those things. So we don't know a lot yet. I think we'll get a deeper dive, like we said, with this extended look. And I'm hoping that, you know, again, we'll see a large part of that be like full-on gameplay from what this game is going to be. I think if we don't see that, we will have a very large contingent of folks talking about why this was not a good look for Rockstar or for Netflix in that way. So hoping we get a ton of gameplay, because that's the thing that everybody's been clamoring for.
Yeah, people are clamoring for information about this, for the gameplay, for whatever they can find out about this. And Rockstar has been pretty, very selective, it seems, so far about what they release and when. Is that all part of the marketing plan here, you think, kind of just to continue to build the anticipation for this leading up to November 19th?
Yeah, I think Rockstar knows that they have the biggest game on the planet coming, and they don't have to do a lot of marketing to get that message across. I think they will have a full-blown kind of big media push once the game gets a little bit closer. They have the funds to do it. They have the visibility to do it. You know, the last game that they actually dropped in its fullest form was almost a decade ago, almost probably maybe even 13 years ago, I think, at this point. So they have a pedigree of being able to wait, knowing that the anticipation is going to still be there, and that folks will be there day one, which I think is a huge part of the conversation for what this game is going to wind up being. The role-playing community is going to be big for this game, with them purchasing and pulling in a company called 5M, which was doing a lot of the role-play aspects of the game. You know, the who's going to be who day one of the celebrities playing this game and being a part of that rollout will be a big discussion here. Rockstar knows they have all the chips and they have all the attention, and we've seen it in the conversation around games itself. People have been moving their games out of the launch window just to make space for Grand Theft Auto 6. So they know that they are the big dogs in the room and they're ready to go.
That means they also have to deliver, though, Khalif.
Deliver is always going to be a big part of that, for sure. I think Grand Theft Auto games, both politically, both from a story and narrative perspective, have changed over the years. You know, I think the jokes, the in-jokes, the memes, the cultural conversation that GTA games usually are pulling into the space, will that feel relevant in today's sphere, in today's political climate too? I think, we've already seen some conversations around, is this game going to be woke in a lot of different discussion circles? And I think, the mashup of narrative, gameplay, and cultural relevancy will all be coming to bear in one space, and a lot of eyes will be on this game to figure out, is it coming through? Does it actually do what it's supposed to do? Is it worth the money for what they're charging for this game, which we also talked about previously? It is going to be all eyes on Rockstar and Grand Theft Auto 6 for sure.
That is a good point, Khalif, because we're talking about a standard edition that's $79.99, the ultimate edition that's $99.99, and we're also talking about a game that, it has been so long since the previous installment of this. People have been waiting for this for a long time. In a lot of ways, it really is a different world now than the last time one of these games was released.
Yeah, the cultural touchstones are just very different. I think the ways that players even engage with the game is going to be different. Games like these are not small games. These games take up a lot of your time. And we've seen over the past at least 5 years, a lot of the demographics layers change because Gen Z, Gen Alpha plays games in a very different way than my generation played games. Are they talking to things that matter in a way, because game development takes a long time. And once you started a project almost maybe 8 years ago, the conversations and content that winds up being in your game that much later can morph. The things that were hot then cannot be potentially hot topics that are happening now. So it will be interesting to see how nimble the team has been in terms of its writing. It will be really cool to see just the graphical fidelity and how far the technology has come from where they started into the previous game till now. And the audience reception will be the biggest part of this discussion once we have everything kind of nailed down and once we get closer to launch. Does that hype still feel like it's real? Are players going to be really excited? What's the things that they're really excited to do within the game? And then there's the other layer, that is, there's a whole multiplayer layer of this game that won't be out at launch. It'll be coming out later in the way that Rockstar has classically done. And then that's going to reinvigorate all of these conversations again. So they get a double shot of publicity when that happens as well. So Rockstar is going to be in a really fun position to be in. I hope that they are able to get everything done that they look like they are trying to get done. But it's going to be huge for them in terms of where this lands and where it lands culturally.
Well, just to circle back to where we started, Khalif, with this Netflix release of the next trailer for GTA 6, what do you expect to see in it? What do you think we might see with that?
I do think we'll get a new full trailer. I do think we'll get a deeper dive with the development team, or at least that's the hope. I think for extended looks like these, the idea is to give you a really good behind the scenes look at why this game is going to be important, how all of these systems are going to be coming together, what some of that gameplay is going to feel like for you as a player once you pick up the sticks, once you get the game, once it launches. And it's going to be, how does this game kind of relate to the lineage of the other games in the series too? How do those things kind of connect for you as a player and for them as a team? So I'm excited for all of it. I think the gameplay layer will be the most important one, and I think, of course, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but it was like, are they going to show this in the kind of prettiest version that they possibly can? Because I think that is a pedigree of not only the studio but of Netflix as well as a platform, of wanting to showcase that they are doing different things in different ways and are being nimble themselves. They've done a lot of 4K live events now, and now we'll see this being a part of that equation too, of how that lands for them as a platform. And do we see more game companies do more things with Netflix in this way?
Going to be interesting to see. That is for sure. Could be yet another kind of legacy of Rockstar Games and Grand Theft Auto if it changes the way these things are done going forward. So would not be at all surprised to see something like that happen with this. Khalif Adams, CEO of Spawn on Me Entertainment. Always love talking video games with you. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thanks so much for having me. Appreciate it.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
Someone saying that someone was walking on the interstate that was having some issues and some problems.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Breaking news right now here on Fox 35 News Plus gets you to Dallas, where police are giving an update about a police officer who was shot in North Dallas. Let's go ahead and listen in.
And then we had a shooting that occurred. The officer was shot. He's currently at the hospital in surgery, and we're trying to get more information. But that's all the information that we have at this time. And I'm going to turn it over to Chief Martinez.
Thank you, Chief Como. I'm Albert Martinez, Chief of Police with the Dallas Independent School District, also retired Dallas Police. Our officer, our Dallas ISD police officer, Justin Jones, is 39 years old, and he has served with the Dallas ISD Police Department for 16 years. He's assigned to White High School, and so as Chief mentioned, he was flagged down. He was helping somebody in crisis, as we expect our officers to serve in the community. And we're grateful to all the help that we have received. He's in our prayers. We thank Parkland, the amazing surgeons there at the trauma center that do what they do. We also want to thank Dallas Police, Texas Department of Public Safety, Dallas Fire Rescue, DART, ATF, and Dallas Sheriff's Office and Dallas City Marshal's Office for all their help. We just asked the community to please pray for our officer and his family. We had another officer that arrived on scene that was able to provide life-saving measures to our officer using the tourniquet. That's what we trained for. Again, just on behalf of Dallas ISD and the superintendent, Stephanie Elizalde, and our trustees, we just ask for continued community support, prayers, and thoughts.
Chief, was he on duty, and did he actually bring the suspect in his vehicle, or did he more so like guide him and say, meet me in the parking lot? Was he ever in the Dallas ISD vehicle?
No, as Chief Como mentioned, this man was in crisis. Our officer intercepted him up there on the freeway. Our officer was flagged down. Our officer is on duty. This is not an off-duty job. He was trying to help a person in crisis and get him off the danger of the freeway when this happened.
So just so I understand, the person that he was helping was the person who shot him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Why were we searching the gray sedan?
I have no idea. We're going to let Special Investigations Unit of Dallas Police conduct their investigation. I'm sure we can answer all that further down the road.
Chief Como, did...
How many times he was shot?
We believe once, but again, we don't know.
Do you know
Chief,
where he was
on
shot
the lower torso.
Okay.
Was he...
And the responding officer who came to assist, was that a DISD officer?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you talk about that dynamic and rushing to the scene to help?
So just on that is when the officer said, I'm being flagged down on the freeway, Lieutenant Manuel Murillo ordered our officers to come code 3, which is lights and siren, to help our officer on the freeway, obviously because of the danger of that. The first officer on scene was able, by then the shooting happened, was actually already very close and was able to help. And Dallas Fire Rescue was maybe not far. So,
was the gun the suspect's gun, or was the gun the...
In the neighborhood behind the Walmart here, can you talk about how quickly Dallas police were able to make contact with that suspect?
Well, DISD did an amazing job, and they had officers on scene. And one of the things that I can share with you right now, there is a possible suspect that is in custody right now, and like I said earlier, we're still trying to figure out everything that actually took place, but there is a possible suspect in custody right now.
Was the gun the suspect's gun, or was it the officer's gun?
All right, so we'll have remarks in Spanish, and then we'll get you updated information. As you can imagine, we need to let these chiefs get to the hospital, be with their officers.
Is the other situation related, though, the Williamstown incident? Is that connected?
No.
Williamstown incident? No? Okay.
Hoy le agradecemos mucho.
Police giving an update now in Spanish. Here's what we know right now. Still a lot of questions about what happened. You heard some of those questions being asked and still left unanswered at this point as we give you a live look as well at Parkland Hospital in the Dallas area. It was a Dallas Independent School District officer, Justin Jones, 39 years old, who was flagged down on the freeway to help someone who is in some sort of crisis or distress. We know that ISD, that school officer, was ended up being shot and was taken to the hospital. You see a live look at that hospital where you can see police cruisers, a number of them who are stationed outside right now. Their cruisers are. You heard the police chief saying they'll be heading that way soon as well. We don't know their condition right now. We were told they were taken to the hospital with critical injuries, so it certainly sounds very serious. The suspect, or at least a potential suspect, they said, is in custody at this time, but we don't have any other information other than that. And let's see here. I believe they are now taking questions in Spanish as well. I think they are just going to be wrapping up that news conference, but we will continue to follow this breaking news, this developing situation out of Dallas where an officer was shot after stopping to help someone. Still unclear about some of the circumstances that led up to that beyond that, but we will be working to learn some more information. We'll keep you updated as we learn more. These images you're seeing, the news conference and the aerial shot outside the hospital, coming to us courtesy Fox 4 Dallas Fort Worth. That's KDFW in the Dallas area. And we are continuing to monitor that situation this afternoon. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. I want to pull up our radar here because I want to give you a bit of a weather update right now before we get into our 2 o'clock hour. We'll check in with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren coming up in just a little bit. But we are seeing some of these showers and storms moving across central Florida right now, including right here overhead in Lake Mary. We had a shower move through earlier today during our 11 o'clock hour. And let me give you a live look right now. This is from our Lake Mary tower cam looking over I-4. You can see those raindrops falling over top of I-4. And you can see we are certainly not the only ones here. A lot of showers south of Orlando, west of Orlando, and then you also see this line that is also moving through Volusia County, and then farther north too, closer to Gainesville, Flagler County, St. John's, that area as well. So continue to track showers and storms throughout the afternoon. We'll get the latest check of your forecast coming up in just a little bit. We are also continuing to monitor the spacewalk going on live right now outside the International Space Station. I do believe looks like things are beginning to wrap up coming to an end. This is something that started early this morning, was expected to last several hours. When we checked in earlier, they were just a few hours in. They've been working on doing things to get the ISS ready for another solar array that will go outside and help with power supply, additional power supply that's going to help with a lot of things, including the eventual deorbiting of the International Space Station. So a couple of NASA astronauts have been outside the ISS for hours conducting that spacewalk, doing all kinds of work there outside that space station. We talked about that earlier today with Zach Aubert, CEO of the Launchpad Network. Talked about that with him and a number of other things as well. Meanwhile, we are just about a week and a half away from Election Day, primary Election Day, and a lot of races we are watching, including at the congressional level. Last night, there was a debate in the 7th Congressional District between the Republican candidates. Then today, a forum in the area that also involved not just the Republican candidates, but the Democratic candidates for that 7th Congressional District seat, a race that's certainly getting a lot of attention because of the efforts to unseat Corey Mills, the incumbent Republican congressman who's facing a lot of questions and controversies about his time in office, including some legal questions, ethics investigations as well. So we are watching that. We are also obviously watching the governor's race. Byron Donalds speaking earlier today, getting the endorsement from the Hispanic Police Association. You'll hear from him coming up in a little bit. We also had the chance to catch up with David Jolly, the Democratic candidate, last night at an event in Orlando where he spoke at a voter rally alongside Congressman Maxwell Frost and Illinois Governor J.D. Pritzker. Here is what David Jolly had to say to reporters ahead of that event.
David, what was your conversation like with Governor Pritzker? What does it mean to have him here in Orange County helping out the vote for Democrats?
Governor Pritzker knows what voters know, which change is here. I think our state's poised to elect a Democratic governor. Obviously, that requires turning people out. We're working within the community and grassroots. We're going door to door. We're making the phone calls. But look, change is here. Voters are telling us change is here. Governor Pritzker knows that, and I think the world's preparing for an earthquake in Florida pretty soon.
Let's just first education. This is obviously focused on education. You have several school members here. If you're elected, what would you do for public education? I'm asking this simply. Does the universal school voucher choice program need to be rolled back in the state?
I think we need a new set of rules on vouchers, but let's start with a choice. We should choose to lead the world in public education so that every Florida family wants to rush in to a Florida public school. It's a question of who we are as a people. It strengthens our economy. It invests in our youth. It's wrong that we've abandoned public education. Let's choose to lead the world. Yes, I think that means we need to spend more money on public education. But look, choice works for some families. But if we're going to use a public dollar on a choice school, that school should have to teach your kid to read. Should have to provide the same services, the same academics, be measured against the same credentialing and testing. But the first thing we have to do is give Florida's families a reason to rush into our public schools.
The big headline this week is the judge in Leon County has basically ordered James Uthmeyer to rewrite Amendment 3. So two-part question. What did you make of this ruling that the wording is biased and not neutral? And second, we've now seen even outspoken sheriffs like Grady Judd say vote no on 3. Just what do you make of law enforcement now rallying against this amendment?
Look, the amendment was rushed. The math doesn't quite work. We all want it to work, but it doesn't quite work. It seems overtly political what they've done, and it could create a crisis for local communities. I ultimately think I will line up with police officers and firefighters who have come out to say the math just doesn't work. Let's go back to the drawing board. But let's see what the final language is. I do think we need tax relief. I think we should examine first-time homebuyer tax relief. We should look at turning homestead exemptions maybe into a local decision so that Orange County can make a decision that might be different from Levy or Palm Beach or Collier. Maybe that's where we go. The real question is, if this does pass, who do you want to clean up the mess? Because we're going to be in a crisis in too many counties. So do you trust David Jolly or Byron Donalds? That's going to be a case we make in November.
Obviously, things are going to
David Jolly speaking with reporters last night.
and streaming. This is Florida Live.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. We appreciate you joining us on what has been a busy day so far, and we still have a long way to go, so we appreciate you joining us. As I said earlier, you're in the right place to stay on top of what's happening here in Central Florida and across the country. I want to give you an update right now, give you a live look. What looks like our aerial shot just went down. But we were tracking the latest story out of Dallas, where an independent school district officer was shot, taken to the hospital after a shooting when they were flagged over trying to help someone who is in distress, ended up being shot, taken to the hospital with critical injuries. We are following that. We just heard, if you were with us on Fox 35 News Plus on Fox Local, we were listening in live to a Dallas police department news conference telling us the latest on that situation and what we are learning with that. We're continuing to follow it. The officer taken to the hospital sounds like a very serious situation. We're working to get some more information on that. We are also following up on the criticism that State Attorney Monique Worrell has been facing today when it comes to the situation involving the teenage murder suspect, now charged in connection with the deaths of two teenagers in DeLand. The State Attorney General, the Volusia County Sheriff, criticizing Monique Worrell over her office's handling of prior cases of that 17-year-old Keon Rundell back when he was even younger, still a child right now, but talking about previous cases when he was 12 years old. Monique Worrell said she responded to some of that criticism. We were hoping to speak with Fox 35's Chris Lindsay about that. We had that news conference for you live just a little bit ago where we heard from Monique Worrell saying that there really wasn't much more that could have been done because of the juvenile justice system and saying there are changes that need to be made. And she also fired back at Attorney General James Othmeyer saying this.
The empty barrel makes the loudest sounds. It is a great political talking point to say something like that. It's also based on nothing. This child was 12 when he was in this circuit. The latest incident didn't happen in this circuit. It happened elsewhere, and ironically, no one's talking about that. And the reason no one's talking about it is because people aren't interested in real solutions. They're only interested in finger pointing so that we can say this is only happening here. But the reality is what we're talking about are things that are happening all over the state of Florida. They're just hyper-focused on what happens in the Ninth Judicial Circuit. But the reality is this juvenile's most recent offenses did not happen in the Ninth Judicial Circuit. So I think that the question should be posed to the individuals who are making these statements, what about those cases? And the reality is it leads us back to the fact that we have a juvenile justice system that is wholly inadequate to deal with violent offenses committed by children. And unless we stop throwing political daggers back and forth with each other and come together to talk about a real solution that can help to make our community safer, then we are going to be on the other end of these cameras on a continuing basis talking about the next event that took place.
Monique Worrell earlier today responding to criticism from the Volusia County Sheriff and the Attorney General. Let me give you a live look right now from our Lake Mary Tower cam. You can see pointed at the clouds there, raindrops falling right now, another shower and storm going across Central Florida here on this Thursday afternoon. It's something we have been tracking throughout the day. These chances, had some showers in our area earlier, and here they are back again. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren joining me live now. And Noah, it looks like it's pretty busy on the radar this afternoon.
You know, everything is moving inland, so it's not going to be raining for much longer if you're east of Orlando. So just looking ahead to the evening commute, if you're anywhere along the Brevard County, Volusia County, Flagler County area, the sun will be out by 4 o'clock. So early start, but the things are going to grow as we go inland here. I do want to show you this camera. If we could could you take this full, actually, if you wouldn't mind, if possible? If not, no big deal, Garrett. This is actually a really cool shelf cloud that's going on right now. I'm going to turn off the banner so we can see it here. That's a shelf cloud. In fact, if you look at the bottom here in the center, that's pretty low to the ground. Now, oftentimes people see these and they get concerned that these are where tornadoes might be forming. It's not. I'm going to move this in real time, but yeah, this is what we loosely call in the weather world is a scary looking cloud. Oftentimes you might see these and think there's a tornado forming. A tornado would form from a very flat bottom, so the bottom would not. Oh, okay, that's a little more interesting over there. This is the Lake Fairview camera right now, so definitely a big strong storm there. This is looking south, looking to the southwest, and then this is over towards the north. You can see where that storm is moving. So let me spin this camera back around. So again, this is the Lake Fairview Orlando camera. Definitely a little mischievous looking cloud there. Look, this time of the year, it's not uncommon to get brief funnel clouds. I'll stop it right there. It's not uncommon to get brief funnel clouds. They rarely touch down from these average run-of-the-mill storms in Central Florida. Also, one other thing. Oh, there you go. You see that? Sorry, I love watching lightning on the camera. You see how the sky has kind of got like a neon green glow to it? That tells you that there's a lot of hail up there too as well. So definitely a pretty strong storm there. We've got a lot of cameras. Wow, we could do a whole thing, and all these cameras are really popping off right now. Let me switch over to the iDrive camera. I'll pull this up, and then we'll hit up the radar for you here. So we expected there to be a lot of storms today, tomorrow, Saturday, and there are. They're all working inland right now. Let me pull up our Hyatt camera from the tourist district. This is from iDrive. Can't see much, and this is what you bargain for when you book a Disney trip in August. This is what it's supposed to look like on a daily basis. We just not have had a productive summer for the rainy season thus far. It's been actually pretty dry summer for Orlando. This is looking down towards Dr. Phillips in the Windermere area. I'll spin the camera back around towards the east. So that would be looking right in that storm. And yeah, if you watch the news and us regularly, if you look this way, right there on the bottom, you'd see the Grand Helios Hotel from Universal, which is probably not even a half mile away. So the visibility is actually pretty low out there right now. Pretty big torrential downpour coming by the tourist district right now. But yeah, definitely a lot of heavy rain, a lot of heavy storms. This is the Lake Fairview camera, which is really getting peppered right now with lightning. I'll keep an eye on that little cloud there. Definitely interesting to say the least. So here's the live radar. Let me bring this to a 45-minute loop. So again, like we talked about yesterday, everything is going to move. I'm going to make this pencil really big so you can see this. Everything is moving this way for the next few days. And what happens when we get flow like this in summer, that the storms reach their peak intensity when they're in the western half of the area, which is what's happening. So western half of the area being Orlando, the villages of Ocala, Gainesville. Then when you have this east to west flow, the I-95 corridor dries out pretty fast. In fact, by the evening commute, Flagler, Volusia, Brevard is going to be mostly dry. So let me zoom you in here because we do have a special weather statement in effect. These precede severe thunderstorm warnings, and if we get one, we'll continue to cover that for you here on Florida Live. But that is a special weather statement till 2:15. Let me check Orlando Airport just because I'll forward that along to you here. We probably have a ground stop right now if I had to guess. If we don't, there's probably going to be some pretty major delays because of this thunderstorm. There is?
It's ground stop till 3 o'clock at MCO because of thunderstorms.
So there's no flights in or out till 3, so coming up for about 55 minutes. So that'll be a highly impactful ground stop. And I'm actually looking at some of the flight trackers off the camera. There's about 40 flights in a holding pattern up around Daytona Beach. So yeah, if you knew anybody flying in, it's going to be a very, anytime this happens in summer at MCO, it's a snarl for like 6 hours past the thunderstorms because they have to stack all the inbounds. People flying out from other parts of the country can't leave. So if you know anybody flying in tonight or you were flying out, this one thunderstorm will have a really big impact for the rest of the day. So special weather statement till 2:15 for that storm. There's a lot of lightning in downtown right now. Let me turn off the lightning and put on some of the wind velocities here. Yeah, there is some pretty strong wind here over towards Windermere in Orla Vista. You see some of these. These are the sustained winds of about 30. So generally, if the winds are sustained about 30, we'll have gusts 40 to 45. So definitely there's some pretty good gusts on the leading edge of this line here moving northwest. So let me put a track on this for you because you're probably wondering where and when this is heading to next. So we'll put a track on. We'll put a track on the heavy rain, lightning, and gusty winds. So there's some showers ahead of these times, but this whole complex is moving northwest at about 25 miles an hour. So here's where that will be over the next little while. So Longwood heads up about now. Lake Mary should start again here momentarily. Sanford about 2:14. Let me extend this out and get a little bit better further out trackers on here for you. We'll extend this out towards Winter Garden first. So Apopka about 2:30. So it's storming now in Apopka, but this really big storm will be in Apopka about 2:30. Montverde over towards Mineola about 2:40. Then Wekiva Springs State Park coming up at about 2:30. So really strong storms out there today. You can see there's some strong storms here up around Deltona. These are moving west. A little bit of a break in Lake Mary, but some strong storms around Winter Park and the airport. Then another really strong storm by Lakeland. So the rain rates today are very impressive. It is the middle of summer now. You can see some of the rain rates here around Orlando. So look how much it's raining. 7 inches and 8 inches an hour would be 2 inches of rain in 15 minutes. In most of Florida, the infrastructure here will flood at about that rate. So there could be some localized flash flooding around downtown here over the next little while. So just let me give you a big picture reset. We'll put a bigger loop on this. All of this stuff is going to continue to move inland. By the evening commute, it'll probably be largely done. Largely probably over by Ocala, Gainesville, and we're going to do the same exact thing here over the next couple of days. There's the view again from the Lake Fairview camera. This was actually last night. We captured this last night during the news. Some of these shots from last night, and very similar stuff coming in again for tonight. So to put it simply, this is kind of the pattern for the rest of the week, where isolated stuff in the dark green, morning and midday, bigger coverage of storms on the western side of the state. But Garrett, there's definitely going to be a slow evening commute. There's the Lake Fairview camera. You see it's really windy there right now. It's probably a solid 40, 50 mile an hour wind there right now. Yeah, look at that. Now, really blowing hard pretty good there right now. So we don't have any severe warnings, Garrett, but I'll be watching these things closely for you. The severe threat today is not super high, but as you can see from this camera, I mean, just look in the bottom left there, it's really whipping out there for tonight. But the ground stop at MCO, big deal too.
It's going to be a big impact, that is for sure. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Noah Berggren, we appreciate you joining us and tracking those showers and storms with us.
Thank you.
As we go to break here, I want to give you a live look. This is our downtown Orlando camera. You can see coming down pretty good right over downtown right now. Keep it right here. We'll be right back.
9 on Fox.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. Continue to track those showers and storms across the region this afternoon. We'll let you know if any of those turn into severe thunderstorm warnings. Special weather statements in place for parts of Orlando right now, so we're keeping an eye on those. Right now, though, we want to check in with our friends at Fox 13 Tampa Bay and senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live now with some of the big stories in the Bay Area. Good afternoon, Nancy.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, a man who's accused of shooting and killing a popular Ybor City DJ during a road rage confrontation is appearing in court today for a stand your ground hearing. That's because he says that he shot and killed Dedrick Sykes, who is known to the community as DJ Shy Guy, in self-defense. Joel Moreno Cabo is charged with second-degree murder in the death of Dedrick Sykes. Now, according to court documents, this confrontation began at the intersection of East 5th Avenue and 22nd Street North. Moreno Cabo told detectives that he flashed his lights at another vehicle in traffic, which led to an exchange of profanities between himself and Sykes. Investigators say Sykes stopped his Jeep in the roadway, got out, and began walking toward Moreno Cabo's vehicle. Moreno Cabo told detectives Sykes ordered him to get out of the car, and then he grabbed his gun and fired 2 shots, killing Sykes. Moreno Cabo admitted to investigators that he did not see a weapon on Sykes, but said he believed he was going to be attacked. His defense team also argues he was concerned for the safety of his girlfriend and child who were sitting in his vehicle. Now, surveillance video does not show a direct view of the entire confrontation. However, detectives noted that the footage shows only about 4 seconds passed between Sykes stopping his Jeep and witnesses reacting to the gunfire. Prosecutors argue the evidence does not support a self-defense claim, pointing out that Sykes made no statements threatening death or great bodily harm. Detectives also documented a prior incident 9 months earlier in Ybor City, where they say Moreno Cabo was caught in a pistol whipping a man who allegedly threw something at his vehicle. According to police, Moreno Cabo repeatedly struck that man in the head with a gun before the weapon fired into a nearby business. Now, a judge will decide if Moreno Cabo's actions are legally justified under Florida law. If a judge grants stand your ground immunity, the second-degree murder charge will be dismissed. However, if it is denied, this case will move forward to trial. Garrett.
All right. Always interesting legal questions and things that arise with things like this. We'll be watching that closely. Next in our Tampa Connection, Nancy, I know a lot of talk about e-bike safety in the Bay Area and across the state of Florida.
Yes, this is happening a lot now, and we have a local DJ with the Joy FM, Candace Gray. She was involved in an e-bike crash recently, and she is using this back-to-school season as a way to warn parents about some of the dangers that can occur with e-bikes. Now, she says that she was riding an e-bike with her husband and her children. They were actually going to the library when they stopped for a crack in the sidewalk, but she ended up hitting the crack, going over the handlebars and landing face first on the concrete. She ended up breaking her jaw in 3 places, fracturing her ear canal, and she also broke her shoulder. She spent 7 days in the hospital before returning home with her jaw wired shut. And now that she's recovered, Gray says she wants parents and riders to understand how quickly an ordinary ride can become a serious accident. Gray said she was not wearing her helmet simply because she didn't want to mess up her hair. She now encourages riders to wear helmets, slow down, and become familiar with the routes that they plan to ride. Her warning comes as students across the Bay Area get ready to return to school, and more children are expected to travel by e-bike as well as e-scooter. Now, AAA says school commutes are becoming increasingly complex as drivers share the road with more pedestrians, bicyclists, e-bike riders, as well as those who ride e-scooters. The organization urges drivers to slow down in school zones and remind riders to wear properly fitted helmets and follow traffic laws. The Manatee County Sheriff's Office is also trying to educate families about the difference between e-bikes and electronic dirt bikes, which are often called e-motos. Under Florida law, an e-bike must have operable pedals, a seat, and an electric motor producing less than 750 watts. Vehicles that do not meet those requirements may be treated as motor vehicles and can require registration, a license plate, and a driver's license to operate legally on public roads. Deputies recently stopped 2 teenagers riding e-motos on a sidewalk. Now, rather than giving them citations, they used the stop to explain the law and provide them with safety information. And with the beginning of a new school year, officials are encouraging parents to talk to their children about safe riding habits before heading to class. And Gray hopes families will also make helmets a non-negotiable part of every ride. Garrett?
Yeah, you have to make them non-negotiable when you're talking about something that moves that quickly. Just the number of incidents we have seen, in so many different places coming from these e-bikes, and they're just becoming more and more popular.
Yes, that's true. And something she said, which I'm sure a lot of women and girls probably say as well, that they don't want to wear that helmet because it will mess up their hair. But as she learned, just a simple crack in the sidewalk, hitting that crack, she ended up breaking her jaw and her shoulder and spending 7 days in the hospital. So she says that she definitely learned her lesson, and no matter what it's going to do to her hair, she will be wearing a helmet, and she really hopes that her experience can encourage everyone to wear their helmet when they are riding these e-bikes and e-scooters.
It's definitely worth it. That is for sure.
Yes.
And finally, in our Tampa connection here, Nancy, talk with us about this man from South Tampa coming to Orlando with a shot at a national championship.
Yes, this is actually a really cool story. South Tampa father Nick DeMarinis, he is actually competing for the second time in the National Pop-A-Shot Championship in Orlando. Now, he grew up playing the popular arcade basketball game at arcades along the Jersey Shore, but about 2 years ago, his sister saw the tournament on television and realized that he was able to take this hobby even further. He traveled to the qualifying events in Atlanta and New York before winning a tournament in Portland, which secured his ticket to the finals. The dad says in 40 days, the dad in his 40s says competing satisfies his inner drive and sets a fun example for his twin boys, who also enjoy playing the popular arcade game at home with his wife. DeMarinis is already a 2-time Guinness World Record holder. He holds the record for the most consecutive mini basketball shots made with 354 straight baskets, as well as the longest mini basketball shot from 103 feet away. His trick shots have even gone viral on Instagram. He is under the handle Nicky Buckets. Now, despite those world records, he says capturing the national championship is his ultimate goal. He will be one of 12 competitors taking the court on Friday alongside another dad who also happens to be from the Tampa area. Now, the Pop-A-Shot National Championship does take place tomorrow in Orlando and will be aired live on ESPN2 beginning at 7 o'clock. Garrett?
How cool is that? I did not know there was a national championship for that, but that is just like the coolest thing.
I know, yeah. I thought this was so cool. It's such a fun story. I had no idea there's a national championship for it either, but it's really cool that, this is something that he has enjoyed playing since childhood, and here he is competing in the national championship. Who knew that there was a national championship for these Pop-A-Shot games, but we wish him the best of luck.
Absolutely. We will be cheering him on tomorrow right here in Orlando. Nancy, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. Continuing to track showers and storms here in Central Florida. You may be able to hear that rain coming down pretty hard right now over top our station here in Lake Mary. But let's talk some Florida politics. There is a lot to talk about. We're within 2 weeks now of the primary elections, and there's just so much going on. And so joining us live now to help us make sense of everything that we are following across the state, we've got Kimberly Leonard, Politico reporter, the author of the Florida Playbook newsletter that you can get in your inbox every morning as well. Kimberly, we always enjoy talking with you, and thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, happy to be here. It really is a really intense time.
Yeah, and let's start, when it comes to intense, let's talk about the 7th Congressional District, because it has been really interesting to see some of the dynamics in that race right here in Seminole and Volusia counties, as you have written about the colleagues of Corey Mills kind of turning on him, and more and more endorsements coming in for one of his challengers in that race.
Yeah, listen, that was sort of a big surprise because President Donald Trump has endorsed Corey Mills for re-election, right? Despite the ethics questions that he faces regarding one of his companies. And, he denies any of the allegations against him. But clearly, some of his colleagues are concerned that the district might flip. The Democrat who is running in that race is Bill Dalton. He has a lot of backing behind him financially as well as institutionally. He's a former NASA chief of staff. So he has a lot of these credentials that Democrats want to see, and they see this as a potential opportunity for them. But Mike Herodopoulos and Anna Paulina Luna yesterday said that they were backing Ryan Elijah, who is actually one of y'all's former anchors and is dipping his toe in for the first time, to run for Congress. And very interesting race to see how it all plays out. So, is Corey Mills going to be able to win the primary? He seems to think so. He acts very confident when I talk to him over the phone or over text message, but it shows that at least some of his colleagues are nervous about what will happen to this seat.
Interesting to see. It was a very interesting debate last night as well. Some sparks flying in that one. Meanwhile, let's talk about the Senate race and Ashley Moody. You wrote recently about her campaign and how it has been quiet in some ways, cautious in others.
Very, very cautious. And just to put this into perspective for some viewers, I covered Rick Scott's reelection. I covered Marco Rubio's reelection. I covered Capitol Hill for 10 years. The way that Senator Moody is running her campaign is not at all typical of how you do things when you're at the top of the ticket. The idea by the party is that you'll really sort of lead the charge, right? Florida is heading into this election with major Republicans that they haven't had before at the top of the ticket, right? They don't have Donald Trump. They don't have Ron DeSantis. And you actually have DeSantis kind of, talking down the front runner for governor in the race. And so a lot of Republicans were sort of hoping that Ashley Moody would pick up that mantle. Look, she's very well liked when she meets with constituents, but she barely does any press interviews except on Fox News and Newsmax, which are more friendly. When I tried to do an interview with her, her staff said, well, you can only talk about America's 250th anniversary. She doesn't want questions out of nowhere. She doesn't take questions in the hallway from reporters. A lot of her events either only invite one press member or none at all. And so people want to see her out there more. Clearly, her way of acting very cautious has worked for her well in the past, right? I mean, she has literally bridged the divide between Trump and DeSantis in a way that I would say no other top politician has been able to do. However, now she's going to be up to keep her seat. She hasn't been elected to it before. DeSantis appointed her to it. And she'll be up again in 2028 because of the schedule, how it works with the appointments. And so there are just a lot of Republicans saying that they really want to see her step it up.
You also had an interesting nugget in your reporting, Kimberly, about how Governor DeSantis at one point saw Moody as his potential successor in the governor's mansion in Florida.
This was something I'd heard a long time ago and was hoping to really dig into it a little bit more. It had been reported, but I really wanted to get it across through the lens of, the way that Senator Moody operates, because what I didn't think was fair was to sort of cast her caution and her ultra kind of sensitivity as, something that has always worked against her, because I think in a lot of ways it's actually worked for her. In fact, Governor DeSantis thought so highly of her that he really wanted her to be the heir to the governor's mansion. And, you know, from what I can tell, that wasn't her intention. She intended to, you know, run for Senate if she were to be appointed. And so just her ability to work with DeSantis, first of all, is pretty unusual. He burns a lot of bridges in his relationships. And so she not only was able to do that, but then also get Trump's endorsement very early. The two sat together in the Oval Office. That hadn't been previously reported. And so her ability to navigate by sort of avoiding some of these big fights, you know, that Floridian Republicans especially have been known for, has helped her advance in a way that people might not necessarily recognize.
And finally, Kimberly, here in our Tampa Connection, let's talk about the fallout here in Florida from the expiration of TPS. How is this all playing out, especially in South Florida?
Look, during the last week have been following the case of Claudia, who was held in ICE detention for a couple of weeks, who had TPS and then it expired. She's from Venezuela. Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz helped to, get her out on bond. And her story was just one, she's a graduate from business school. She's a soccer player, and her story, I think, is just starting to show that there are a lot of similar instances like that where Democrats or even a lot of voters are starting to say, okay, well, maybe things will start to sort of flip, right? Maybe people will say that the Trump administration has gone too far. And I am hearing the same thing from a lot of Republican elected officials and donors who, don't want to say so publicly, but are nervous about the political backlash of, people who are on TPS who've been working in our different communities and now are facing threat of deportation. And then also you have these jobs that aren't filled. You have people working in caregiving, right, for older adults who are no longer able to work. And so then who fills that spot? So there's just a lot of questions about how, obviously the humanitarian implications, especially for Haitians who are losing TPS and their country is still reeling from gang violence and from lack of resources. Not just the humanitarian issues, but then politically what the fallout looks like. And so that's something that we've been watching very closely.
All right, Politico reporter Kimberly Leonard, author of the Florida Playbook newsletter. We always appreciate you joining us and talking Florida politics with us here. Before we let you go, what's next? What are you watching for?
Oh, my goodness. Well, listen, it's all about the primaries, right? I think it'll be interesting to see whether any of Corey Mills' other colleagues end up endorsing against him, perhaps Ryan Elijah, because he's the biggest fundraiser right now. And then, just seeing how a lot of these different races develop. We have several open seats in Florida. I think one thing that I really am curious about is where President Trump weighs into a lot of these open seats. He's only weighed into one so far for Sidney Gruters. And so to me, looking at some of these other open seats, I think that the president's weigh-in, if he does decide to weigh in, is going to be sort of the tiebreaker, because you have a lot of these really crowded races, looking at Byron Donald's old seat, for example, looking at CD22 on the other coast. And so those are the final dynamics that I'm watching as we get closer to August 18th, primary day.
All right, Kimberly, a lot sounds like enough to keep you busy, that's for sure.
For sure.
We appreciate you joining us. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. This week we are continuing our conversations with the candidates for Orange County Mayor. This week we've already had the chance to speak with Mayra Uribe and Tiffany Moore Russell. And joining us live today here in our streaming studio, we are pleased to be joined by former Congresswoman Stephanie Murphy, who is also running for this seat and joining us live now. And Stephanie, we really appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live today.
Garrett, it's great to be with you and your viewers.
So we are just, a week and a half now from this election day coming up here on August 18th and the primary. Just talk to me about how things are going with the campaign, where things stand right now as we are kind of getting into crunch time here.
Things are going great. What I am so excited about is that people all across this county are supporting my vision for where we can go as a community, that we can be both a world-class destination as well as a world-class community for the residents who live here in this county. And that means focusing on affordability, focusing on livability and opportunity for everyone, no matter what zip code you are born into. And the support that I've gotten has just been so exciting, and we are working hard all the way to Election Day on August 18th.
So I know you've been talking to a lot of voters out there. What are you hearing from folks, and what do you see as well as the top issue that is facing Orange County right now?
Affordability is the number one issue that I am hearing. It saddens me when I go into a workplace or an organization in the county and I ask, how many of you are Orange County residents or voters? And only half of the room says that they are. And so what that says to me is that the affordability issue is driving people out. They are moving to the outlying counties, and because that's where they can afford to live. But I believe that if you work in this county, you should be able to afford to live in this county. And the county actually has a big role in making that possible. And that is by addressing the demand with sufficient supply and getting out of the way of delivering housing units all along the spectrum of housing needs by being a partner as opposed to a hurdle.
And so what does addressing affordability then look like in a mayoral administration run by Stephanie Murphy?
It's two prongs. One prong is to deliver more attainable housing by increasing supply while maintaining the character of our communities. We have a supply and demand mismatch, and that's what's driving up prices. But the other side of that is ensuring that we have better paying jobs here in Orange County. And that means recruiting businesses and building upon the industry clusters that we already have in defense and aerospace, in life sciences, in financial technology, building upon those so that we are bringing in companies that have higher paying jobs. We've talked forever about diversifying this economy. And while I think we need to support the tourism industry because they are a significant part of this economy, we need to lean on those resources to be able to diversify so that we can create resilience.
Let's talk about that a little bit, because there have been some indications that that there could be some slowdowns in tourism because of economic pressures across the country really right now. And so what does Orange County need to do to continue to diversify its economy?
For as long as I've lived here, that has been a vulnerability of this community. When the macroeconomic indicators are going strong, our community does well because people are able to travel and visit here. And when things take a dive, we're the first ones to be hit. It's the reason why I created the employee retention credit to put a safety net under employers and workers during the pandemic, understanding that our community was going to be the first to be hit. And so I sit in a unique position today to be able to connect this community with opportunities nationally and internationally because I hold a top secret clearance. I am an advisor for national security advisory boards for some of the largest organizations determining the direction of the investments that we make in defense and aerospace. I have work experience in life sciences and financial services. I know what businesses think about when they think about relocating to a community. And I'm fairly certain that as mayor, I'll be able to put the package together to bring them here because we're a great place to live and do business.
I do want to talk a little bit about your background and your experience here and how you believe you started to go into it there, but how you believe that kind of prepares you for this role potentially.
Well, being mayor means that you have to be the executive over an over $8 billion county budget. You have to sit as the chair over politically elected commissioners, a board that will be 8. And you have to be able to connect this community, be a regional and a state and national leader for a community that is so well known. I'm somebody who has worked successfully in business, at the world's largest bureaucracy, the Department of Defense, and in Congress, known to be one of the most effective members of Congress, pulling down resources for this community. I'll come into this job with the ability to do all the elements that is required of the mayor to manage the county, connect it to outside opportunities, and to lead the Board of County Commissioners so that we're all rowing in the same direction towards a more prosperous future for Orange County residents.
We know one of the huge question marks hanging over Orange County, every city across the state of Florida right now is what happens with Amendment 3, the property tax amendment. What is your stance on that? Will you be voting for or against that amendment? And how does the county prepare for the potential of a big loss of revenue if that does pass?
So I plan to vote no, and I think as county mayor, we will be able to find the savings to basically address what amounts to about 2 or 3% loss. We're luckier than a lot of other counties that are heavily dependent on residential property taxes. We're lucky we have a big commercial base that we collect taxes off of, so we won't see as big of a hit as some of these other counties. The real concern I have about the property tax is the unintended consequence. If a municipality cannot collect resources for any housing unit below $250,000, that means that they're unlikely to permit that when there's budget issues because they can't pay for all of bringing that unit online. And so that's going to make our housing shortage in this state much more difficult. And it's going to have an impact on this county, irrespective of how we respond to that amendment passing.
Talking about taxes, the Orlando Dreamers went in front of the TDT task force, the Citizen Advisory Task Force, yesterday, asking for use of that taxpayer money, the close to $1 billion, a big ask for a stadium to try to bring Major League Baseball to Central Florida here. Would you support using that TDT money to build a stadium, a Major League Baseball stadium in Orange County?
I would love for Orange County to have a Major League Baseball team here. However, as mayor, I have to deal with the facts that are at hand. And a lot of how we spend TDT isn't what we spend it on. I think we can have more creative ways in how we spend that resource. But it's a lot about the sequencing and how much and when. And so when a project is ripe, I will be ready to roll up my sleeves and figure out how to create the most attractive package to bring something that benefits this community online. But right now, it feels like there are a few more decisions that have to be made by the MLB.
Well, let's talk transportation. That's something that we hear a lot about in Orange County when it comes to things like Sunrail expansion, nights, weekends, things like that, and also fixes to links. What do you think the county needs to look at when it comes to some of those transportation options in the county?
You know, when it comes to transportation, the question that has to be answered is, does it get people connected to opportunity? Because transportation isn't just about physical mobility, it's about economic mobility. And so we have to, again, prioritize and schedule out the investments that we're going to make, because to fix the whole transportation problem, we can't do it all at once. But we should make significant investments today because we are already a little behind the 8 ball on that. We have to make sure that infrastructure and transportation keeps pace with economic growth. And so the other thing we have to do is rethink the way we think about public transportation and investments in that. It is a public good, so it probably isn't going to pay for itself. The largest subway system in the country in New York doesn't pay for itself, but it is the infrastructure around their economic development. And so we have to look at it that way. So one of the easiest and low-hanging fruit is to expand the hours for Sunrail so that workers can actually get to jobs and residents can get to entertainment and recreational things that they're interested in. But then we have to get serious about where we are going to find the resources to make the significant investments into road, rails, buses, a multimodal approach to this. And a big piece of that will be federal funding. And I know a bit about how to bring that down, but we also have to be able to pull state resources down and get our fair share of what we are giving to the state in taxes.
There's been a lot of talk about expanding Sunrail hours. It seems like a common sense thing to do. What has been the holdup? Why do you think it hasn't been done yet?
I think just back to what I said is that the mindset in this community is to still see transportation pencil out to pay for itself without actually accounting for the benefits that come that don't match ticket price to cost of operations. So we have to have a different mindset about the investments we have into transportation. And then the other thing is that right now, different parts of the community feel like transportation resources are a zero-sum game. So if the center gets rail, then maybe that means the east side won't get roads, or and that's not the way we need to look at it. We need to have a leader who has a holistic vision for the county, which I do, and move forward convincing everybody that if we invest in all of these different things, everybody will get a piece of what they want. And that requires a better relationship between county and the municipalities inside of it.
Last thing here, we really appreciate you coming in and chatting with us, talking about some of these issues. Just want to give you a chance to speak directly to the voters in Orange County and what your kind of final message is to them about why you think you're the best candidate for this job.
Well, thank you so much for having me, and thank you for tuning in. Look, we are a county that is growing rapidly within a state that has enormous potential for economic growth. But economic growth doesn't matter if the residents in this community don't feel it themselves. And so we need leadership that is able to manage the over $8 billion county budget, somebody who is able to ride herd over the 8-person county commission and get legislation move forward on behalf of this community. Someone who is able to lead this community so that we have a seat at the table in Tallahassee and in Washington to draw down the resources that we need. And given my experience in business, in national security, and in Congress, I feel like I'm ready to do that. So remember, vote Murphy for mayor, the Asian woman with the Irish name, August 18th.
Well, Stephanie Murphy, former Congresswoman and Orange County mayoral candidate, we really appreciate you coming in, and thanks for talking with us here on Florida Live today.
So great to be with you.
We are going to take a quick break right now, and we will be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. I want to get you to Capitol Hill, where just moments ago, Senator Ashley Moody spoke on the floor of the Senate and recognized one of Florida's own, who she identified as one of Florida's finest. This was just moments ago on Capitol Hill.
Thank you, Madam President. Today, I have the honor of rising in recognition of a true Florida hero. And I know we hear a lot these days about entire political parties adopting platforms that want to defund and abolish the police. In Florida, we do it a different way, an entirely different way. In fact, we watch what other crazy places are doing, and we just do the opposite, and it's worked out pretty well. One of my favorite parts of my job as a U.S. Senator now, having been the Florida Attorney General working with law enforcement for many, many years, is to spotlight Florida's brave law enforcement heroes when they do something uniquely heroic that shows why a free society operating under a rule of law has to have brave men and women to answer a call and stand on a line to bravely serve us. And today, it's an honor to recognize Lee County Sheriff's Office Deputy Raymond Tellez Fariol with the Florida's Finest Award. Earlier this year, Deputy Tellez Fariol saved the lives of 3 young girls. Many people know Florida is a peninsula. We are surrounded by the ocean. On this particular day, there was a rip current very close to shore. And if you've lived in Florida for any time, or if even you've traveled to Florida, you know that rip currents can be incredibly deadly, pulling even expert swimmers out to sea very quickly. And on this day, it was supposed to be a time of fun in the sun, and it almost turned deadly when 3 young girls got caught in a very strong rip current, and they were struggling to stay above water and get back to shore. Now, Deputy Tellez Fariol was on patrol in full uniform, just going about his day, protecting Floridians. He heard bystanders screaming for help. He immediately ran over, and without hesitation, he went into the water to rescue these 3 young girls. He grabbed flotation devices and started swimming. Thankfully, he was able to get them back to shore safely. And in this area, the strong rip current was really pushing all of them out. And it was because of his bravery and his quick thinking that these girls are still alive. And while this instance had a happy ending, it is worth reminding Floridians and everyone heading to Florida, and we know that there are many moving to Florida. Doesn't matter where I go in the nation, someone I talk to just had a family member move to my home state and is one of my new constituents. But it's always important to remind everyone that lives in Florida or visits our state's beaches of the hidden dangers of rip currents. There have already been 8 confirmed deaths due to rip currents since the start of this year in Florida. So we always advise folks to swim with a partner, consider swimming when there's a lifeguard on duty, and identify and know what each beach warning flag means. But today is about recognizing Deputy Tellez Fariol, recognizing that he was there that day because he was serving his community as a guardian, someone that signed up to put his safety behind the safety of others. And I, for one, am incredibly honored, incredibly thankful there are people like Deputy Tellez Fariol and others who answer the call so bravely to serve others as their profession. Law enforcement officers do so much every day to keep us safe, and it's always such a joy to highlight those who show exceptional bravery and save lives. So, Madam President, I thank you very much for the time.
Senator Ashley Moody speaking on the Senate floor just moments ago. Well, thanks for joining us here on Florida Live. We are out of time. If you are joining us on our streaming platforms, we will have much more live streaming news coverage coming up in just about a minute and a half. And we want you to stay tuned because we're going to be speaking with the former Marine One commander about the president's helicopter coming within a mile of a passenger jet this week. You may have seen those reports. We're going to talk more about that coming up in just a minute. So don't go anywhere if you're joining us live on Fox Local. If you're here on TV, we appreciate you joining us, and we'll see you next time.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Reports this week that the president's helicopter, Marine One, carrying the president this week, came within a mile of a passenger jet. This happened on Tuesday. The White House saying the president was never in harm's way. But this also continues to bring up additional questions about air traffic and safety in our nation's capital specifically, where we have seen other incidents and close calls and even a mid-air collision take place. And so joining us live now to talk about this and give us a lot of a great perspective, we are pleased to be joined by Captain Ron Alvarado, who is a former Marine One commander himself, so know a thing or two about all this. Joining us live now via Zoom, Captain Alvarado, we really appreciate your time and thanks for joining us today.
Glad to be here. Thank you for having me.
So I just want to get your initial thoughts, your initial reaction when you saw these reports, when you heard about this happening.
Well, I'd first like to say that the reports in the media are incorrect. They keep saying that Marine One came close to a commercial airliner. It's actually the other way around. A commercial airliner should be nowhere near Marine One or Air Force One when they're in the air. So the correct reporting would be a commercial airliner came close to Marine One. They should not have been flying. They were given authorization to take off from the Ronald Reagan Tower, and that should not have happened.
Yeah, let's go into that because I would imagine, and in fact I know, and I want you to expand on the special procedures and protocols that are in place, especially when it comes to something like Marine One or Air Force One, especially carrying the president at the time. I would imagine there are a lot of restrictions, airspace restrictions that are in place, in addition to the airspace restrictions that are already in place around the Capitol, around the White House, and things like that.
Exactly. So I was at the President's Helicopter Squadron for 4 years. So let's begin by saying that the White House, the mall, the National Mall, the Lincoln Memorial, and also the Capitol building, it is protected by a special airspace called P56 Alpha, Prohibited Area 56A, which means you need specific permission to enter that airspace. And when it is active, especially when Marine One is up and running or flying around, that is a hypervigilant airspace. The same thing applies to the P56 Bravo, Prohibited Area 56B, which protects the Naval Observatory, which is where the Vice President does reside. So I've flown the Vice President from the Naval Observatory to Andrews. I've flown the President from the South Lawn to Andrews Air Force Base. And before we lift, we give Ronald Reagan Tower a 3-minute warning. And we let them know, Marine One, 3 minutes from lifting. And typically the tower will acknowledge that. And then we'll make another call, Marine One lifting, South Lawn, proceeding as briefed, meaning they know our route. We don't publish how we're getting to a certain location, whether it be Camp David or Andrews Air Force Base or anywhere around the region. They know where we're going. We tell them proceeding as briefed, and that is when the tower should halt all aircraft movement in the air. In other words, no takeoffs from the airport.
And so how would something like this have happened then, Captain Alvarado, where a passenger plane was able to get closer than it should? How does something like that happen?
Well, obviously, it's got to be a miscommunication. I was there for 4 years at HMX-1, the President's Helicopter Squadron. I can't remember of an incident like this happening because the controllers in the tower at Ronald Reagan or even Dulles, they were very, very good, very on the ball, if you will. And they had very, very good situation awareness, very good communication. So they knew when there's going to be a VIP movement, there could be VIP movements from the Capitol building, from Naval Observatory. There could be VIP aircraft moving through the airspace. So typically these controllers are on the ball. They're aware of where these movements are taking place. But what occurred the other day, I would theorize that poor communication in the tower.
And this has happening, in an area where there have already been issues before and concerns raised about the crowded airspace there, about some of the previous issues that we have seen there. So what happens now? How do we make sure something like this doesn't happen again? These are procedures and protocols that are in place, obviously, for a reason. So what happens now, Captain Alvarado?
Well, these procedures were written and they were enforced for many, many decades. When I was there at HMX-1, I would transit up and down the Potomac River at below the required height. I would stay, of course, above any obstacles, but I knew there were aircraft, there were airliners above me. So I would take the necessary precautions to fly the rules of the road, to comply with the standing operating procedures. When there's a breakdown in commands or aircraft commanders or captains not following standard operating procedures, typically a tragedy can occur. And what occurred between that airliner on short final and the National Guard helicopter or the Army helicopter, it could have been avoided, in my opinion, if they followed the rules of the road.
Yeah, and it's the scary thing to see. We know the White House saying that the president was never in harm's way, but certainly still concerning that there continue to be issues kind of in that same area, Captain Alvarado.
Well, again, I think that the situational awareness, the hypervigilance that used to be in the region near the White House and the D.C. area, it could be diminishing for whatever reason. We just don't know. It could be a personnel issue, it could be training, but the level of vigilance, it seems to be going down to the point where people are losing their lives, which is completely uncalled for. And everybody, they're screaming on top of the roofs to correct this problem. I think restricting military aircraft from flying these routes is a detriment to our national defense. I think that these commands and also civilian agencies around the D.C. area should understand the rules of the road, understand how to fly these routes in and out of Washington, D.C., up and down the Potomac or up and over the D.C. airspace. They need to follow the rules. And the other day, it should not have been a commercial airliner getting close to Marine One. That is totally uncalled for. I hope the FAA will take action and either correct this type of behavior, whether it be in the cockpit of that jet that took off and the one on short final, or the leadership at DCA. Something's got to be fixed.
Well, Captain Alvarado, what's the bottom line here? What should people know?
Well, ultimately, safety features are in place. Now, keep in mind, and I know it's all over the news, Marine One was never in any harm. Rules were broken. There were aircraft flying when Marine One was in the airspace. But ultimately, I believe the flying public should understand that air travel is still very, very safe. Even the airliners that are violating airspaces, they're still clear of obstacles, clear of other aircraft. And if anything good came out of that mishap, the midair near DCA, people are taking the appropriate procedures to keep other aircraft deconflicted. Unfortunately, they're keeping a lot of aircraft out of the airspace, but if people just follow the rules of the road, people will be safe. And again, ultimately, people who are transiting an aircraft inside the airspace around DC, they're in good hands. They are very, very safe.
Well, Captain Ron Alvarado, former Marine One commander himself, we appreciate your time, your expertise, your perspective here. You've given us a lot of great information. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you for having me.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. We heard earlier from Democratic candidate for governor David Jolly speaking at an event in Orlando last night. Want to play for you now. Byron Donalds, one of the Republican candidates, speaking earlier today as the Hispanic Police Officers Association endorsed Donalds in his campaign for governor. Here is that event earlier today.
We've been following the congressman for many, many, many years. And what we look for is consistency. He has never, ever veered away from what he believes in. He has always stood up in every debate and every news conference that I've seen him in, and I've seen you in a lot of them. Every time I see your face there, I always make sure that I turn up the volume and I listen. He has never veered away from the way he believes and what he thinks. When it was time to defund the police movement, and was time to talk trash about the cops, and somehow minimize our way in the community, he stood up and said, no. By no means we're going to do that. In fact, we need to increase the police presence. We need to hire more police officers. We need to give them more money, because this is the way it is. In order for us to live the way that we live, we need the police officers out there patrolling and taking care of our families. And my mom, or I'm going to go a little bit back now, always said to the day she died, and it's a Spanish thing, so I'm going to say it in English, and I hope I don't mess it up. Tell me who you hang out with, and I'll tell you who you are. Dime con qué anda y te digo quién tú eres. Sorry, in Spanish, for those Spanish stations. And it's clear to say, if you look at this room, all these folks right here are the folks that we've always supported. We only pick winners. That's the way we roll. So at the end of the day, we pick folks who watch out, not only for the community like we do, but we also watch out for folks that watch out for the police and make sure that we are part of that community, because we are, all of us live within the community. We all voters, okay? We all have families. And you know, at the end of the day, we are as much part of the community than anybody else is. And Congress Donalds, he knows that, he recognizes it, and he supports that, okay? And it shows, again, going back to what I said before, 41 out of 67 sheriffs support the congressman. That's a 61% in the state of Florida. That's a hell of a record. And it's because he's a hard worker. It's because he says what he stands for. And at the end of the day, I have no doubt that he's going to be an amazing, amazing governor. Okay, so folks, please make sure you go out and vote, and make sure that you get together with all your folks and all your family members, your abuelitas, your abuelos, your moms and dads, and tell them to go vote, because this is a very, very important election. So on behalf, without further ado, on behalf of the Hispanic Police Association, I am so happy to say we support you as governor at the great state of Florida.
Carlos, thank you. To the Hispanic Police Officers Association, thank you. I really appreciate this. It is a high honor to have the endorsement from your organization. And the show must go on. That's all right. That's all right. You good over there? Oh, somebody's mic. I don't have the mic on. You good? All right, here we go. Let's roll it back. Carlos, thank you so much for your support, and from the Hispanic Police Officers Association, thank you for your endorsement. I don't take this endorsement lightly. And by the way, Mayor, it's great to be here in Sweetwater. I'm not going to pronounce it the way you pronounce it, but we'll work on it. We'll work on it. How about that? But I do appreciate the endorsement. And by the way, I'm going to come back and play dominoes. I'm coming in here. We're going to do this. We're going to have some fun. You see them? They're playing, come on, we're going to get you. I look forward to it. We've been very blessed in this campaign. We have support and endorsements, obviously, from President Trump, Senator Rick Scott, members of the congressional delegation, 41 sheriffs, my colleagues in the Florida House, because, you know, even though they serve at the state level and I serve in Washington right now, we're all colleagues. We all work together to make sure that Florida remains the best state in all of America. And so to have all their support means so much, but I have to be honest. Having the endorsement of the Hispanic Police Officers Association, the men and women every single day to keep these communities safe, is monumental. And I'm very grateful and very appreciative. You talked about your mom. I'm going to talk about mine. My mom, when I was a kid, she always said to me, when you see a police officer, it is yes, sir, no, sir. And you respect what they do because they keep our community safe. I'm originally from Brooklyn, New York, and I went through 3 mayors when I was a kid. We had Ed Koch, and then we had David Dinkins, and things were not good in New York City. And then we had this mayor called Rudy Giuliani. And when Rudy came in, he backed law enforcement. He had them on the beat. They were walking communities all through Brooklyn, where I grew up, and all through New York City, and he cleaned up the city. So I learned at a young age how critical our police officers are, because they are the thin blue line that keep all of us safe. So I want you guys to hear it directly from me. you will always have my support. Always. Always. Because without law enforcement, we don't have a growing economy. Without law enforcement, we don't have healthy families that are building success for themselves, that build a great Florida dream. Without law enforcement, we're in chaos just like every other blue city. We see it in Chicago, we see it in Los Angeles, we see it in New York. We're not going to have that in the state of Florida. The reason why we've become the very best is because of the men and women in blue and supporting them every single day. And let's take a trip down memory lane, especially right here in Miami-Dade. When the Democrats ran this state and law enforcement was not getting the support that they needed, crime rates were high, streets were not safe, families were not safe. And since Republicans have been leading Florida, we have supported law enforcement every step of the way, and we have the safest cities in all of America. All of America. This is why people choose Florida, because they just want to know that their kids can go to school. They want to know that they can open up their business. They want to know they can enjoy a great quality of life, and they want to know that they're going to be safe doing it. So that standard that has been put into place by Governor Bush and Governor Scott and Governor DeSantis will remain the standard under Governor Donalds. So I thank you for your endorsement. I'm very appreciative of it. We got 12 days to go in the Republican primary for governor. Make sure you get out and vote. There's a couple guys over there got the sticker on right now. I had to ask him, I said, you voted? He goes, yeah. I said, who'd you vote for? 71. That's right, 71 on the ballot. Make sure you please get out and vote. It's important to the fabric of our republic. We are a republic. We are the longest standing republic in world history. We just celebrated 250 years as a nation. It always comes down to the people. Like Benjamin Franklin famously said, it's a republic if you can keep it. And the way we keep it is by people getting out to vote. So please make sure you get out and vote, cast your ballots. If you're not sure where I am on the ballot, number 71. And I'd appreciate your support and your vote. Any questions? Yeah. It's been interesting. It's been interesting. Okay. Well, look, I've been very clear. You know, when I was 17, yeah, I was arrested for marijuana possession. Nobody's fault. That was me. Actually, I was 18 years old. When I was 20, I was arrested for theft. Nobody's fault. I pled no contest. I rebuilt my life. 27 years later, here I stand. I don't know what he's going to say. To be honest, I don't really care. We're focused on the people of Florida. We're focused on the next 12 days. And then after that, really the next 89 days now until the general election, because you can do all that stuff, slinging mud and all that. The people of Florida, you know what they care about? Can I afford my insurance? Can I afford my home? Can I continue to build a way of life? Can we manage growth? And can we keep Florida safe? And can we keep Florida beautiful? That's what the people of our state care about. That's what we're focused on. And we'll see what he says. Not really paying too much attention, though. Sure. Yes. Well, let's start. Well, let's start here. Number one, this is now in the hands of the voters. The voters will decide in November. Whatever the voters do, if the voters pass it, the guys with me here and myself will have a responsibility for implementing that. The number one thing we want to make sure of through that process is that law enforcement and emergency personnel get the resources and the funding that they need, because that is the foundation of every community in Florida. So through that implementing process, we will make sure that they get the resources that they need. If it doesn't pass, we will be using the Tax and Budget Reform Commission next year to study all taxes and fees in Florida, top to bottom. We do want to make sure that seniors on fixed income and young families are getting relief because they need it. We have portability issues in our property tax system that need to be reformed and fixed, so you don't have people who've been in their house for 25 years, 30 years now feel trapped that if they downsize, their property tax bill is going to skyrocket on them because they went into a new home. So there are real issues that have to be fixed. The voters are going to make a decision on this amendment. Frankly, whether it passes or whether it fails, we are going to be back at it through the Tax and Budget Reform Commission to work with every community around the state. We do still have a goal of eliminating homestead property taxes altogether. We want to make sure that the math works for every community and that it respects every county and every city in our state. Because the other part is, there's a big difference between Miami-Dade County and Levy County. Two counties in our state, very different economic footprints. So we want to make sure that as we continue this work on modernizing, reforming, and providing real relief to the people of Florida when it comes to property taxes and other fees, that we're mindful of large counties like Miami-Dade and very rural, fiscally constrained counties like Levy or Lafayette or Citrus. I was there yesterday, and other counties like that. I do. I support the increase, but I also make sure we're very clear. Law enforcement, emergency personnel, they are going to get their money first. Because if you don't do that, you don't have anything else. All right. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
If I may.
Sure, sure. I think challenges make us all better. I really do. Look, man, I've hit bottom in life. I was very young, made a lot of stupid decisions when I was young. You learn from that. You learn to be a better man. You learn to be a father. You learn to be a leader in your home before you can even learn to be the leader of a state. I had to go through that maturation process. Then I had to learn how to be a leader in my community. I was a youth leader in my church. I coached youth sports. And then I had to learn how to be a leader as a freshman when I was in the Florida House and work on issues and work with my colleagues to get that stuff done. And then I had to learn how to be a leader on Capitol Hill. And then taking that to, quite frankly, being a top surrogate for President Trump to help him get reelected to clean up this country, because Joe Biden was destroying America. He was destroying this place. Everything was going wrong. So I think that journey, that maturation, that journey prepares you now to lead Florida. So whether it's law enforcement, insurance, taxes, the education for our kids, the expansion of our economies, and how you put together and work with the guys in the legislature and the other cabinet officials, the CFO, the AG, and our ag commissioner, and working with all of them to make sure that we are focused.
Byron Donalds speaking there earlier today, joined by some members of the state legislature as he announced his endorsement, or as the Hispanic Police Officers Association announced their endorsement of him, I should say. Well, we are out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. We're going to hand things off to the Fox 35 Storm Team, who are tracking some showers and storms all across the region right now. So stay right here, and Noah will have more in just a minute.
you.